Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story completely before. Even thinking about it now makes my hands shake as I type. It's been 15 years, but I still get this sinking feeling in my stomach whenever I remember that night in our little house in New Mexico. I was 13 when it happened. We'd moved to this small town outside of Santa Fe about 6 months earlier. My parents, my younger sister Emma, who was 9, my older brother Jake, 15, and me. The house was this small white adobe place with flat roofs and rounded corners, typical New Mexican style. It wasn't fancy, but it had a decent-sized backyard with a metal shed where my dad kept his tools. The place always felt a bit off to me, but I figured it was just because it was different from our old house in Colorado. That particular night, my parents had gone to some dinner with friends about 30 minutes away. They didn't go out much, so it was kind of a big deal. Jake was supposedly in charge, but he was mostly just playing video games in the living room with his headphones on. Emma and I were bored, so we'd made this makeshift fort in the hallway using blankets and chairs. We'd fallen asleep there watching movies on my dad's old laptop. I woke up around 11:30 at night. The house was quiet except for the faint sound of Jake's game in the living room. Emma was asleep next to me, all wrapped up in her fuzzy pink blanket. I remember checking the time on my phone and thinking our parents would be home soon. That's when I heard the front door open and close. It wasn't dramatic or anything, just the normal sound of our front door. The slight squeak of the hinges, the sound of the door hitting the frame, and then the click of the latch. I remember feeling relieved because I thought my parents were back. I even called out, "Mom, Dad," but there was no answer. I crawled out of our blanket fort and walked down the hallway. I could see Jake still on the couch with his headphones, completely oblivious. The weird thing was, the front door was closed and nobody was there. I checked the entry area, thinking maybe they'd gone straight to their bedroom, but there was nobody. I remember standing there, confused, when Jake finally noticed me and pulled his headphones off. "What's up?" he asked. "Did you hear someone come in?" I asked him. He shook his head. "Nah, been playing. Parents aren't back yet." I felt this first little prickle of unease. I heard the door open and close. Jake just shrugged and put his headphones back on. Probably the wind or something. I wasn't convinced, but I didn't know what else to think. I walked back toward our fort, checking the locks on the front door as I went. They were secure. That's when I heard the sliding glass door in the kitchen open. If you've ever heard a sliding glass door, you know the sound, that rumbling noise as it rolls along the track. It's pretty distinctive, and I knew I heard it. I froze in the hallway, my heart suddenly pounding. Jake couldn't have heard it with his headphones on. Emma was still asleep in the fort, and our parents would have come through the front door, not the back. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to wake Emma and get Jake, but another part thought I might be imagining things. Finally, I made myself walk toward the kitchen to check. Our kitchen had this big sliding glass door that led to the backyard. As I got closer, I could see that it was open about a foot wide. The night air was coming in, cool and dry like it gets in New Mexico. The backyard was dark, except for this dim security light my dad had installed on the corner of the house. And there was someone, or something, standing just outside the door. I can't explain exactly what I saw, but it wasn't right. It looked like a person, about adult height, wearing dark clothes, but its head wasn't human. It looked like it was wearing some kind of rubber cat mask that covered its entire head. But it wasn't like a Halloween mask or anything cute. The proportions were all wrong. The face was too long, the eyes too wide apart. And it was just standing there, perfectly still, looking at me. I tried to scream. I tried to run. I couldn't do either. It was like my entire body had just shut down. I couldn't even blink. All I could do was stand there, frozen, as this thing stared at me through the partially open door. Then it moved. It turned its head slightly, in this jerky, unnatural way, like it was studying me. And then it took a step backward, then another, moving away from the door into our backyard. I still couldn't move. I watched as it walked across our yard toward the metal shed. The shed that I knew for a fact was locked. My dad always kept it locked because he had expensive tools in there. This thing went right up to the shed door, and without hesitating, without using a key or anything, it opened the door. The padlock just fell open like it wasn't even locked. Then this thing stepped inside and pulled the door closed behind it. The second the shed door closed, I could move again. It was like someone had flipped a switch, and suddenly I was in control of my body. I slammed the sliding glass door shut and locked it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the handle. I ran to Jake and yanked his headphones off. "There's someone in the yard!" I was almost crying. "They went in the shed!" Jake looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about?" "I'm serious. The back door was open. Someone with a weird mask went into Dad's shed." Jake sighed and paused his game. "Fine, I'll look." He went to the sliding door and peered out into the darkness. "There's nothing out there." "Check the shed," I insisted. "The shed's locked. It's always locked," he said. But he flipped on the outside light anyway. From where we stood, we could see the shed door was closed. The padlock appeared to be in place. "See? Nothing. You were dreaming or something," Jake said, turning the light back off and returning to his game. I was confused and scared. I knew what I'd seen, but Jake clearly thought I was making it up, and I didn't want to wake Emma and scare her too. So I just stood there by the sliding door for a long time, watching the shed, half expecting that thing to come back out. Nothing happened. The yard remained still and empty. Eventually, I heard our parents' car pull into the driveway. The headlights swept across the yard, briefly illuminating the shed. Everything looked normal. I went back to the blanket fort and crawled in beside Emma, but I didn't sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, going over and over what I'd seen in my mind. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare, just some weird, vivid dream that had seemed real. I got ready for school like normal, trying to push it out of my mind. But then I looked out the kitchen window while eating breakfast. The shed door was open, just slightly, but definitely open. I dropped my spoon into my cereal bowl, splashing milk onto the table. My dad was at the counter making coffee and noticed my reaction. "What's wrong?" he asked. I pointed out the window. "The shed's open." He turned to look, frowning. "That's weird. I always lock it." I watched as he went outside to check. He examined the padlock, shook his head, and closed the door, securing the lock again. When he came back in, he looked puzzled. "Lock's not broken," he said. "Must not have closed it properly yesterday." But I knew he always double-checked that lock. And I knew what I'd seen the night before. That was just the beginning. Over the next 2 years we lived in that house. Weird things kept happening. Things would move around when no one was looking. We'd hear footsteps when everyone was accounted for. Sometimes we'd hear the front door open and close, but no one would be there, just like that first night. The worst was when I'd catch glimpses of that thing, with the cat-like face. Never clearly, never for long, just a shadow moving at the edge of my vision, or a figure standing in a doorway that would be gone when I looked directly at it. I never told my parents or siblings about these sightings. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. One time, about 6 months after that first night, I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like someone was watching me. I opened my eyes and saw it standing at the foot of my bed. That same wrong-looking figure with the rubber cat face. I couldn't move again, couldn't scream, couldn't even close my eyes. It just stood there, staring at me for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it tilted its head in that jerky way again and walked out of my room. I heard the front door open and close, and then I could move again. I never found out what that thing was. Some kind of mimic, maybe. It could open locks somehow, paralyze people just by looking at them, and possibly even make people forget or not notice things. I've researched skinwalker legends, we were in New Mexico after all, and other paranormal creatures, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. We moved away when I was 15, and I've never been back to that house. I don't know if the new owners have experienced anything similar. I've never told the full story until now because I'm still not sure anyone would believe me, but I know what I saw. I know it was real. That thing came into our house that night. It watched us. It could come and go as it pleased. And for all I know, it's still there, waiting for the next family to move in. Story 2. I've been hesitating to share this for months now. I'm not normally someone who posts personal experiences online, but I need to tell someone who might understand, and my friends and family, well, they think I'm either making it up or that I had some kind of mental break. But I know what I saw that night at La Salette. I know it was real. For most of my adult life, I considered myself a staunch atheist. I was the person who'd roll my eyes during holiday prayers and get into debates at family gatherings about why religion was just a psychological crutch. I had all the arguments down pat. I was so sure of myself, so convinced that people who claimed to have spiritual experiences were either lying or deluding themselves. That all started to change about 5 months ago. I can't really explain what triggered it, but I began experiencing what I can only describe as a spiritual awakening. It wasn't dramatic at first, just this persistent feeling that there was something more to existence than what I'd allowed myself to believe. I started examining my life in ways I never had before, looking at patterns of behavior, recognizing my own sins. Yes, I actually started using that word, and the negative ways I'd been treating myself and others. I realized I'd been living with this constant undercurrent of anxiety that colored everything I did. So I began this sort of self-directed cognitive behavioral therapy. I'd catch myself spiraling into negative thought patterns and consciously redirect my mind. I started meditating, which was something I'd always dismissed as New Age nonsense, but it helped. For the first time in years, maybe ever, I felt peaceful. The weirdest part was that ordinary things started to seem meaningful. I'd see a bird land on my windowsill just as I was thinking about freedom, or I'd randomly open a book to a passage that perfectly addressed whatever I was struggling with that day. Before, I would have dismissed these as coincidences. Now, I wasn't so sure. Last weekend, I decided to visit the National Shrine of Our Lady of La Salette. My grandmother used to take me there when I was a kid, but I hadn't been back in probably 15 years. I remember being bored out of my mind as a child, just wanting to go home and play video games while she dragged me around to look at all the religious statues and pray. I arrived around 8:30 in the evening. It was already dark, but the grounds were still open. There weren't many people around, just a few scattered visitors quietly walking the paths. The shrine has these beautiful gardens with statues and a large rosary pathway that winds up a hill. The whole place was lit with these soft yellow lights that created pools of illumination throughout the grounds. I felt drawn to walk the rosary path. Each station has these plaques depicting Christ's life. I was taking my time, actually reading them, actually feeling something as I followed the story. The night was cool but not cold, with that perfect early fall crispness in the air. Everything was quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and distant murmurs of other visitors. I had just reached the fourth sorrowful mystery, the carrying of the cross, when it happened. About 40 feet ahead of me, a figure crossed the path. They were wearing what looked like white robes that seemed to, I don't know how to describe it. They kind of flowed too smoothly, like the fabric wasn't affected by the person's movement or the light breeze. The figure didn't exactly walk, but seemed to glide across the path before disappearing behind a large bush. My first thought was that it was just another visitor, maybe someone in some kind of ceremonial clothing. The shrine sometimes has special events, so I figured it might be related to that. I quickened my pace to catch up, curious to see what was going on. When I rounded the corner where the figure should have been, there was nobody there. The path continued for a good 50 yards with no turnoffs, and it was well lit enough that I should have been able to see anyone walking ahead. But the path was empty. I stood there confused for a moment, scanning the area, when I caught a glimpse of white in my peripheral vision. I turned quickly and saw the same figure, now standing near a statue of Mary about 30 yards to my right, in an area that would have been impossible to reach that quickly from where I'd seen them before. There was a steep hill between the 2 points with no direct path. I froze. The figure was facing away from me, perfectly still. I squinted, trying to make out details, but something about the way they appeared made it difficult to focus clearly. They seemed to emit a faint light of their own, not glowing exactly, but visible in a way that didn't make sense given the darkness surrounding them. The figure wasn't illuminated by any of the shrine's lights, yet I could see them clearly, and they cast no shadow. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet night. The figure didn't respond or move. I took a few hesitant steps toward them, and as I did, they slowly turned. I couldn't make out a face. It was like trying to look at the sun, not blindingly bright, but impossible to focus on directly. Then they were gone, not like they walked away or ducked behind something. They simply vanished between one blink and the next. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to process what had just happened. I'm a rational person. I always look for logical explanations. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe someone was playing a prank. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I continued walking more slowly now, all my senses on high alert. That's when I saw the figure again, this time standing at the very top of the rosary path, where a large crucifix marks the end of the journey. They were at least 100 yards away, and there was absolutely no way anyone could have gotten there that quickly without me seeing them run past. As I watched, unable to move, the figure raised one arm in what seemed like a gesture of beckoning. I felt compelled to follow, though not in a frightening way. I wasn't scared. That's what I find hardest to explain to people. Despite witnessing something that defied all rational explanation, I felt no fear, only a profound sense of awe and recognition. Like I was seeing something I'd always known existed but had never been able to perceive before. I made my way up the path, my eyes fixed on the figure. They remained in place until I was about halfway there, then vanished again. This time, they reappeared behind me. I felt their presence before I saw them, a sensation like the air becoming charged with electricity. I turned around slowly. The figure stood no more than 10 feet away, close enough that I should have been able to see details, to confirm this was just a person in white clothing playing some elaborate trick. But the more I tried to focus on them, the more they seemed to exist slightly out of sync with reality, like they were superimposed on the world rather than a part of it. "Who are you?" I whispered. No response came, at least not in words. But I felt something, a wave of emotion that wasn't mine. Peace, reassurance, confirmation, like they were answering questions I hadn't even articulated to myself yet. The figure raised both arms slightly, and the white robes seemed to ripple with a light that came from within. Then they began to move backward, maintaining the same distance between us. I followed, transfixed. We moved like this through the gardens, past the Stations of the Cross, around the main chapel. No matter how I tried to close the distance between us, they maintained those exact 10 feet of separation. No one else seemed to notice this strange procession. The few other visitors we passed showed no reaction to the glowing figure leading me through the shrine. Eventually, we reached a small, secluded grotto I'd never noticed before, despite my childhood visits. A stone bench sat before a simple statue of Mary. The figure gestured toward the bench, and I understood I was meant to sit. When I did, the figure moved to stand directly in front of me. For the first time, I had the distinct impression they were about to speak. I held my breath, waiting, but instead they simply placed a hand over their heart, then extended it toward me. The gesture was unmistakable, a connection being acknowledged. Then the impossible happened. The figure began to dissolve, not like a person walking away or even vanishing, but like light diffusing through water. The white robes seemed to break apart into countless pinpoints of light that expanded outward, some of them passing through me, bringing with them that same feeling of peace and confirmation. Within seconds, the figure was gone. But the feeling remained, this absolute certainty that what I'd witnessed wasn't a ghost or a hallucination, but something divine. Something confirming everything I'd been feeling during my spiritual awakening these past months. I sat on that bench for hours until a security guard finally found me and told me the shrine was closing. I tried to tell him what happened, but the words stuck in my throat. How do you explain something like that without sounding completely unhinged? It's been 5 days now, and I haven't told anyone except you all. I've gone over it again and again in my mind, looking for the rational explanation, the trick of light and shadow, the misunderstanding. But there isn't one. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That figure wasn't human. It wasn't a ghost haunting the shrine. It was something confirming the reality of the spiritual realm I'd denied for so long. It was showing me that my journey these past months hasn't been delusion or wishful thinking. The skeptic in me still tries to explain it away. Maybe I was tired. Maybe it was some kind of mild hallucination brought on by suggestion and the atmosphere of the shrine. But deep down, I know better. I'm going back to La Salette this weekend. Not because I expect to see the figure again. Somehow I know that was a one-time occurrence, a message delivered, a purpose fulfilled. I'm going back because that place now marks the dividing line in my life, before and after. The place where I finally understood that there are things in this world that can't be measured or proven or debated. Things that can only be experienced. And when you experience them, they change you forever. Story 3. I've been debating whether to share this for years now. I'm not usually one to talk about weird shit that happens to me, especially not online where people can judge or think I'm making it up. But what happened that day in 2016 has been eating at me for so long that I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. All I know is that I'd probably be dead if I hadn't heard that voice. First, some background. I served in the Army for 4 years before joining the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department in 2011. I wasn't some hero or anything, just a regular patrol deputy who sometimes helped with crime scene stuff. By late 2016, I was completely burnt out. The job wears on you in ways civilians don't understand. You see the worst of humanity day in and day out. You deal with people on their absolute worst days. After 5 years, I was running on fumes but couldn't bring myself to quit. I had bills to pay, you know. Anyway, it was a Thursday evening in November. The weather was getting colder, and I remember being pissed that the heater in my patrol car was acting up. I got called to a domestic disturbance at a Safeway on the east side of town. Pretty routine stuff. We got these calls all the time. Dispatch said 2 guys were arguing loudly in the parking lot, and someone thought they saw one of them with a knife. When I pulled up, I immediately recognized both guys as known gang members. I'd dealt with them before, Nothing major, just the usual bullshit. One guy, let's call him Ray, had a few priors for possession. The guy, Diego, had been arrested for assault once, but charges were dropped. Both were in their 20s. Neither seemed particularly threatening that day, and I didn't see any weapons. I approached them casually, asking what was going on. They gave me the usual nothing officer routine, but I could tell they'd been arguing about something. I separated them and started getting their info, checking for warrants, all that standard procedure stuff. Everything seemed normal, just another boring call that would lead to nothing but paperwork. I had Ray and Diego standing near the back of my patrol car in the parking lot. It was around 8:30 at night. The lot was half empty, and the fluorescent lights were creating these weird shadows everywhere. I remember feeling unusually tired, like I could barely keep my eyes open. I was writing down Diego's information when it happened. This is the part that's going to sound crazy, but I swear on everything I love that it's true. I heard a woman's voice inside my head, clear as day. It wasn't like a thought or my own inner voice. This was different, like someone was speaking directly into my brain. The voice was beautiful, almost unnaturally perfect. I can still hear it exactly as it sounded that night. It said simply, "Turn around." That's it. Just those two words. But the way they were said, firm, urgent, commanding, made my whole body go cold. And before I could even process what was happening, I experienced something I can only describe as my life flashing before my eyes. Not like in the movies where you see quick snippets of memories. This was more like I suddenly remembered everything at once, from childhood to that very moment. It lasted maybe half a second, but felt like forever. Then, immediately after that, I saw an image in my mind, crystal clear. A Hispanic man, maybe 30 years old, wearing a black Raiders jacket and a red bandana hanging from his back pocket. In this vision, he was walking up behind me and pulling out a gun. I saw him raise it to the back of my head. I even saw the gun, a chrome .45 with black grips. And then the vision was gone, and I was back in the parking lot, still holding my notepad. The whole thing couldn't have taken more than a second or two of real time, but it felt like minutes had passed. Without thinking, I immediately turned around, and there he was. The exact same man from my vision, wearing the exact same clothes, walking directly toward us from between two parked cars about 15 yards away. Same Raiders jacket, same red bandana hanging from his back pocket, same everything. My blood went ice cold. I can't explain the feeling of seeing someone from a vision suddenly appear in real life. It's like the world stops making sense. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this man was going to try to kill me. I immediately put my hand on my weapon and called out to him, "Hey, stop right there and show me your hands." He froze, looking surprised. He raised his hands slowly, but kept them near his waistband. I couldn't see a weapon, but his jacket was loose enough to hide one. "What's up, officer? I'm just checking on my boys," he said, nodding toward Ray and Diego. I ordered him to turn around and place his hands on a nearby car. He complied, but I could tell he was tense. I quickly patted him down, but didn't find any weapons. Maybe I'd interrupted whatever he was planning to do. Maybe the voice had stopped it from happening. "These guys are having a private conversation with me right now," I told him. "I need you to head back inside the store or go to your car." He gave me this look, a mix of anger and calculation, before nodding and walking away toward the store entrance. I watched him the whole way, making sure he actually went inside. Then I turned back to Ray and Diego, who were both acting nervous now. "You know that guy?" I asked them. They both shook their heads, a little too quickly. "Nah, man. Never seen him before," Diego said, but I could tell he was lying. I decided to wrap things up quickly. There wasn't much I could do about their argument anyway. No crime had been committed that I could see. I told them to go their separate ways and stay out of trouble. Diego headed toward a bus stop at the edge of the lot, while Ray walked toward the store. I was just about to get back in my patrol car when it happened again. The same voice, the same perfect, beautiful female voice in my head. Turn around. And again, that weird flash of my entire life, followed by the same vision. The man in the raider's jacket approaching from behind, this time walking quickly, one hand reaching into his jacket. I spun around immediately, drawing my weapon this time, and there he was again, the same man coming from the side of the building, walking straight toward me with purpose. He was about 20 yards away, and when he saw me facing him with my weapon drawn, he stopped dead in his tracks. "Show me your hands, right now!" I shouted, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. He raised his hands slowly, but kept them close to his body. His right hand was partially inside his jacket. I couldn't tell if he was holding something. I said, "Show me your hands, both hands where I can see them," I yelled, aiming my weapon at his center mass. For what felt like an eternity, we just stared at each other. I was one twitch away from pulling the trigger. Then the moment broke when I heard sirens approaching. I'd called for backup after the first encounter, and they were finally arriving. When the guy heard the sirens, he looked to his left, then suddenly turned and rushed back around the corner of the store. I started to pursue but stopped at the corner. Protocol says wait for backup when dealing with a potentially armed suspect. So I held position, keeping my eye on where he'd disappeared while I waited for my partner to arrive. My partner, Jim, pulled up 20 seconds later. I quickly explained the situation, and we went looking for the guy together, clearing around the building and checking inside the store. We never found him. He had vanished completely. We interviewed the store employees and checked the security footage, but the cameras didn't cover the part of the parking lot where most of this went down. One camera did catch a glimpse of someone in a dark jacket entering the store, but never showed him leaving. It was like he disappeared into thin air. I filed a report about the incident, but without any crime being committed, there wasn't much to go on. I didn't include anything about the voice or the visions in my official report. How could I? They'd have me take a psych eval and probably desk duty if I started talking about voices in my head. I've replayed that night in my head thousands of times since then. I know with absolute certainty that if I hadn't turned around when that voice told me to, I wouldn't be here typing this. That man was coming to kill me. I felt it in my bones. Here's the weirdest part that I haven't told anyone until now. When I was a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old, I used to hear voices sometimes. Nothing scary or telling me to do bad things, just random comments or warnings. Like once, a voice told me not to climb a particular tree in our backyard, and later that day, it fell over in a windstorm. Another time, a voice warned me about a dog down the street right before it got loose and bit another kid. The voices stopped completely when I hit 15, and I honestly forgot about them until that night at the Safeway. I've always been a rational person. I don't believe in ghosts or psychics or any of that supernatural crap. But after what happened, I don't know what to think anymore. I quit the sheriff's department 6 months later, told everyone it was burnout, which wasn't entirely a lie, but the real reason was that I couldn't stop thinking about that voice and what it meant. Was it a guardian angel? Some kind of psychic ability? A hallucination from stress? I still don't have answers. The voice hasn't spoken to me since that night. Sometimes I find myself hoping to hear it again, just to know I didn't imagine the whole thing. Other times I'm terrified it will come back. All I know for sure is that something or someone warned me twice that night, and it saved my life. I've tried researching similar experiences online, but nothing quite matches what happened to me. I still shop at that Safeway sometimes, believe it or not. I always find myself looking over my shoulder in the parking lot, half expecting to see that man in the Raiders jacket coming toward me again. So far, he hasn't appeared, but neither has the voice. And I'm left wondering which one I should be more afraid of returning. Story 4. I still can't believe what James and I saw last Tuesday. Even typing this out makes my hands shake, and I've barely slept since it happened. I need to tell someone because it's eating me up inside, but I don't know who would believe us. My husband keeps saying we should just forget about it, but I can't. I just can't. We live in western North Carolina, about 20 miles outside of Asheville. It's beautiful here. Mountains, forests, rivers. But after what happened, I'm not sure I'll ever look at those woods the same way again. It was around 7 in the evening, and we were driving home from my sister's place in Marshall. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the road. James suggested we take our usual shortcut down River Road. It's this narrow, winding path that follows the French Broad River for about 8 miles before connecting back to the main highway. We've driven it probably 100 times before. It cuts about 15 minutes off our drive, and it's scenic, especially in the fall. The road is pretty isolated, dense forest on both sides, with the river running alongside part of it. There are a few small pull-offs where fishermen park, but otherwise it's just trees and the occasional glimpse of water. No houses, no stores, nothing but wilderness. We were about halfway down River Road, just past the big bend where the road curves away from the river and cuts deeper into the forest. I was fiddling with the radio, trying to find something other than static, when I noticed something at the edge of the road ahead of us. At first, I thought it was a person, maybe a hiker or someone whose car had broken down, but as we got closer, something felt off. The shape wasn't quite right. It was too big, I don't know how to describe it, just wrong. "James," I said, pointing ahead. "What is that?" He slowed the Jeep down a little. "Probably just a bear. We get black bears around here all the time. They're usually pretty skittish and run off when they see people. But this wasn't a bear. It was standing upright, and as we got closer I realized it was much, much bigger than any bear I'd ever seen. As we approached, the thing turned toward us. That's when I felt the first real jolt of fear. It was watching us, deliberately, with intelligence. When we were about 50 yards away, it stepped fully onto the road. I grabbed James's arm so hard I probably left bruises. "Drive faster," I whispered. "Please." James had seen it too by then. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "What the hell is that?" he muttered. The creature was just standing there, watching our Jeep approach. It didn't move, didn't try to run away, just stood there, massive and dark against the trees. As we drove past it, James had slowed to maybe 20 miles per hour. I got a better look. It was covered in black hair, not fur like a bear, but hair, thin but dense, covering its entire body. And it was tall, so tall. Later, James and I estimated it had to be at least 9 feet. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, and even through the hair, I could see the muscles rippling under its skin. But it was the face that got me. Not quite human, not quite animal. I couldn't make out clear features, just dark hollows where eyes should be, watching us pass. I expected James to floor it, to get us out of there as fast as possible. But instead, after we'd driven about a quarter mile past the thing, he said, "I want to go back." "Are you insane?" I practically screamed. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Becca, we need to see what that was. It couldn't be what I think it is." "What do you think it is?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. He didn't say it. He just turned the Jeep around at the next wide spot in the road. "I've been married to James for 11 years. He's the most level-headed person I know. He's an accountant, for God's sake. He doesn't believe in ghosts or UFOs or any of that stuff. So when he decided to turn around and drive back toward that thing, I knew he was just as shocked as I was. He needed to confirm what we'd seen to prove to himself that it wasn't what it appeared to be. As we drove back, I kept hoping it would be gone, that we'd round the bend and see nothing but empty road. But it was still there. It had moved, though. Now it was sitting on the edge of the road, legs stretched out in front of it, still watching, waiting. James stopped the Jeep about 100 yards away. There was nothing between us and it. No trees, no brush, just open road. The sun was lower now, casting the whole scene in an eerie orange glow. "I'm getting out," James said. "Don't you dare," I hissed, grabbing his arm again, but he was already opening his door. Just for a minute, I need to see. He stepped out of the Jeep, leaving the engine running. I wanted to crawl across the seat and pull him back in, but I was frozen. All I could do was watch as my husband took a few steps toward this impossible creature. The thing didn't move. It just sat there, watching James approach. I had my phone in my hand. I should have taken a picture, I know that now, but in the moment, all I could think about was getting James back in the car and getting out of there. James only walked about 10 feet from the Jeep before he stopped. I could see his back, his shoulders tense under his plaid shirt. He stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just staring. Then he slowly backed up toward the car. When he got back in, his face was pale. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I nodded. "Can we please go now?" He put the Jeep in drive, but he was still staring at the creature. "It's a Bigfoot, Becca. We just saw a goddamn Bigfoot." I'd been thinking it, but hearing him say it out loud made my skin crawl. "James, please, drive." He finally stepped on the gas, and we started moving again. As we passed by, the creature still didn't move. It just sat there, watching us with those dark eye sockets. No sound, no movement, just observing. We drove in silence for the first few miles. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. It couldn't be real. It had to be someone in a costume, or a very strange bear, or something explainable. "It wasn't human," James finally said, breaking the silence. "It wasn't a bear either," I replied. "Did you see how muscular it was? And the proportions were all wrong for a person. The arms were too long, the shoulders too wide." I nodded. "And the hair. It was everywhere. It was just sitting there, watching us, like it was studying us." That's what bothered me the most, the intelligence I sensed behind those eyes. This wasn't an animal acting on instinct. This thing was thinking. When we got home, we sat at our kitchen table and tried to process what we'd seen. James wanted to report it right away, but to who? The police? They'd think we were crazy or drunk. The Forest Service? Same problem. We eventually found a website for Bigfoot sightings and submitted an anonymous report. I felt ridiculous doing it, like we were joining some fringe group of conspiracy theorists. But what else could we do? We knew what we saw. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing sitting by the road, watching us. I kept thinking about how it didn't make any sound. No grunts, no breathing I could hear, nothing. Just silence, and how it barely moved except to turn its head to follow our car. James tossed and turned beside me. Around 3 in the morning, he whispered, "What if it followed us home?" That sent a new wave of fear through me. Our house backs up to the national forest, miles and miles of uninterrupted wilderness. What if that thing was out there, watching our house right now? I got up and checked all the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. I pulled the blinds closed in every room. It was ridiculous. If that thing wanted to get in, a locked door wouldn't stop it. But it made me feel slightly better. The next day, James suggested we drive back to the spot in daylight. I refused. No way was I going back there. He didn't push it, but I could tell he was curious. He wanted proof, something to validate what we'd seen. It's been 5 days now. James has stopped talking about it, but I catch him staring out the window sometimes, scanning the tree line. I've been jumpy, startling at every noise outside. Last night, I heard something moving around in our yard, probably just a raccoon or a possum. But I lay awake for hours afterward listening. I've started researching Bigfoot sightings in western North Carolina. There are more than I expected. Most of them are vague, glimpses through trees, strange footprints, but a few describe encounters similar to ours. A creature watching from a distance, no aggression, just observation. What bothers me most is the question, why now? We've lived here for 8 years. We've hiked those mountains, fished that river, driven that road countless times. Why did we only see it now? Has it always been there watching us? Or is it something new, something that's moved into the area recently? And why did it let us see it? It could have easily hidden in the trees when it heard our car coming. Instead, it chose to stand in the open, to let itself be seen. I can't shake the feeling that it was deliberate, that it wanted us to see it. James thinks we should just forget about it, move on with our lives. What's the point in obsessing, he says. We can't prove anything. No one would believe us anyway. He's probably right. But I can't stop thinking about those eyes watching us, about how it just sat there as we drove away, like it was memorizing our car, memorizing us. I've started having this recurring nightmare. I'm standing in our backyard at night, and I can sense something watching me from the trees. I walk toward the forest, even though every instinct is screaming at me to run the other way. At the edge of the trees I see it, that massive shape, those intelligent eyes, and it beckons to me, wanting me to follow it deeper into the woods. I always wake up before I see where it wants to take me. Part of me is grateful for that. I don't know why I'm sharing this. Maybe I just need someone else to know what happened. Maybe I'm hoping someone out there has seen the same thing and can tell me I'm not crazy. Or maybe I'm hoping someone will have an explanation that makes more sense than "we saw Bigfoot." All I know is that I can't look at those mountains the same way anymore. When I drive past the forest now, I find myself scanning the trees, looking for movement, for a shape that doesn't belong. And sometimes, especially at dusk, I swear I can feel something looking back. Story 5. I've never shared this with anyone outside my therapist's office. Even now, 20 years later, typing this makes my hands shake. But after reading so many of your stories here, I feel like maybe someone will understand or have experienced something similar. I grew up in a small town in South Texas, the kind where everyone knows everyone, but nobody really knows what goes on behind closed doors. I was 10 years old in 2003 when it happened. My home life was, well, there's no sugarcoating it. It was hell. My mom had remarried when I was 7. At first, my stepmom seemed nice enough, bringing me gifts, taking me shopping. But once the honeymoon phase of their marriage ended, everything changed. The gifts stopped, the smiles disappeared, and the abuse began. It started with small things, harsh words, impossible expectations, being grounded for the slightest mistakes. Then came the punishments, being locked in my room for days with only bathroom breaks, food withheld, my belongings destroyed if I didn't clean the house perfectly. My mom saw some of it, but always made excuses. "She's just strict," she'd say. "You need discipline." Sometimes I think she was just so afraid of being alone that she chose to be blind. By that summer, things had escalated. I had bruises I had to hide at school. I learned to wear long sleeves even in the Texas heat. I became an expert at makeup by age 10, not for fun, but for survival. That night in August was particularly bad. I had accidentally spilled juice on the kitchen floor. My stepmom flew into one of her rages, screaming that I was worthless, disgusting, that no one would ever love me. She grabbed me by my hair, made me clean it on my hands and knees while she stood over me, then sent me to my room without dinner. It was the 3rd day that week I'd gone to bed hungry. My bedroom was small, with faded yellow wallpaper my mom had put up when I was little. I had a twin bed with a purple comforter, a small desk, and a dresser with an oval mirror attached to it. That mirror had been my grandmother's. It was old, with a wooden frame that had intricate carvings around the edges. I remember sitting on my bed that night, my stomach growling, my scalp still burning from where she'd pulled my hair. I could hear my mum and stepmom downstairs arguing. My mum's voice was soft, placating. My stepmom's was sharp and cutting. I pulled my knees to my chest and tried not to cry. Crying only made things worse if she heard me. For the first time in my young life, I started thinking about what it would be like if I just wasn't here anymore. Not in a concrete plan kind of way. I was only 10. But in that desperate, overwhelming feeling that anything would be better than this. That maybe if I disappeared, the pain would stop. I got up and went to the mirror, staring at my reflection. My blonde hair was messy from being grabbed. My eyes were red and puffy. I whispered to myself, I can't do this anymore. Just saying the words out loud felt both terrifying and somehow relieving. That's when it happened. The room seemed to darken, like someone had dimmed the lights, except we didn't have a dimmer switch. At first, I thought it was just clouds passing over the moon outside my window, but there was something different about this darkness. It felt heavy, like it was pressing against my skin. I looked back at the mirror, expecting to see my own reflection, but instead, there was someone else looking back at me. It was a woman, much older than me, maybe in her 40s. She had long, straight black hair that hung past her shoulders. Her face was angular, severe, but it was her eyes that made my blood turn to ice. They were bright red, not bloodshot, but actually glowing crimson, like two burning coals set into her face. I remember every detail of her so clearly, even now. She wasn't smiling. Her expression was angry, intense, like she was looking through me rather than at me. There was something ancient about her face, though I wouldn't have used that word back then. I just knew she felt old, like she'd existed for a very long time. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. It was like my feet were cemented to the floor. My body felt heavy and light at the same time, like I was floating while being pulled down. The woman in the mirror raised her hand, beckoning to me. I felt a pull toward the mirror, not a physical tug, but something inside me responding to her. My body started leaning forward without my permission. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was a voice, but not one I heard with my ears. It was more like a feeling or a thought planted directly in my mind. It was saying, "Come, come to me." With every inch I moved closer to the mirror, the room got darker. The sounds from downstairs faded away. All I could see were those red eyes, growing larger, brighter. All I could feel was this awful mix of fear and strange comfort, like being wrapped in a blanket that's slowly suffocating you. I don't know how much time passed. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt warped, stretched out like taffy. I was inches from the mirror's surface when something in me, some survival instinct I didn't know I had, screamed, "Stop!" It took everything I had to fight against whatever force was pulling me toward the mirror. It felt like pushing against a strong current. My body was shaking with the effort. I remember gasping for air, like I'd been underwater. I squeezed my eyes shut and whispered, "No," over and over. When I finally opened my eyes again, the room was back to its normal brightness. The mirror showed only my reflection, blonde hair, tear-stained face, eyes wide with terror. I scrambled backward until my legs hit the bed and I collapsed onto it. I was trembling so hard my teeth chattered. I wrapped myself in my comforter, creating a cocoon, afraid to look at the mirror again. I stayed that way until morning, not sleeping, just staring at my bedroom door. The next day, I tried to tell my mom what happened. She brushed it off as a nightmare or an overactive imagination. My stepmom overheard and said I was making up stories for attention and took away my TV privileges for a week. The weird thing is, after that night, the abuse got worse. It was like whatever darkness had been in that mirror had seeped into our house. My stepmom became more volatile, more cruel. There were days I came home from school dreading what mood she'd be in, what new reason she'd find to punish me. But something had changed in me too. That night with the red-eyed woman had terrified me, yes, but it also woke something up inside me. A determination, maybe. If I could face whatever that was in the mirror and survive, I could survive my stepmom too. I started keeping a journal of the abuse, hiding it under a loose floorboard in my closet. I took pictures of my bruises with a disposable camera I bought with allowance money. When my dad came for his monthly weekend visit, I finally showed him everything. He didn't believe me at first. No one wants to believe a child is being abused. But the evidence was undeniable. He took me to the police station that same day. There was an investigation. My mum finally admitted what had been happening. The divorce was ugly, but necessary. I went to live with my dad. Years passed. I grew up. I got therapy for the complex PTSD that those years left me with. I learned words like dissociation and hypervigilance to describe things I'd been experiencing for years without names. It was during a therapy session in my 20s that I brought up the red-eyed woman for the first time since childhood. My therapist suggested it might have been a stress response, a hallucination triggered by trauma, or maybe a dissociative episode. That made sense logically, but it didn't feel right, because here's the thing. When I was 25, I started exploring my ancestry, trying to connect with my roots as part of my healing journey. During a guided ancestor meditation, I saw a woman with long black hair. She looked angry, just like the mirror woman, but her eyes were normal. She felt familiar though, like I'd met her before. I later found out, through genealogy research, that my great-great-grandmother on my mother's side was a Mexican woman who had fled an abusive husband in the 1880s, taking her children across the border into Texas. Family stories said she was fierce, protective of her children to the point of violence. There's a photo of her in my aunt's house. Long black hair, stern expression, eyes that seem to follow you. So who was the red-eyed woman in my mirror? Was she a manifestation of my trauma, a hallucination? Or was she something else? Some ancestral spirit, angry at what was happening to her descendant? Was she trying to hurt me or help me? I don't know. What I do know is that she appeared at the moment I was closest to giving up, the moment I first had those dark thoughts about disappearing. And while I can't explain what happened that night, I can say that it marked a turning point. Maybe facing that supernatural darkness gave me the strength to face the human darkness in my life. I still don't like mirrors, especially at night. I've replaced all the ones in my house with new ones, no antiques. And sometimes, when I'm alone and catch my reflection unexpectedly, I look twice, just to make sure it's really me looking back. Story 6. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family because honestly, who would believe me? I was just 4 years old when it first happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some memories just burn themselves into your brain, especially the terrifying ones. My mom always closed my bedroom door at night. Always. I was insistent about it, couldn't sleep with it open. I had this weird fear about seeing something in the hallway, which is ironic considering what happened. This particular night, I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. You know that feeling when you just snap awake for no reason? It was like that. The first thing I noticed was my door, standing wide open, not just cracked, completely open. My stomach dropped instantly. Even at 4, I knew something was wrong because my mom never left it open after I went to bed. And then I saw it. Standing in my doorway was this figure. It was tall, really tall, reaching all the way to the top of the door frame, completely draped in black like a cloak or robe that covered it from top to bottom. I couldn't see a face, hands, feet, nothing. Just this pitch-black silhouette blocking my doorway. I froze, couldn't scream, couldn't call for my mom, couldn't even breathe. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the room. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I could feel it watching me, even though I couldn't see eyes. After what felt like forever, I finally managed to move. I yanked my blanket over my head and curled into a ball, shaking and crying silently. I was terrified it would hear me. I don't know how long I stayed like that, maybe minutes, maybe hours, but eventually I cried myself back to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was look at my door. It was still open, wide open, exactly as it had been during the night. That's how I knew it wasn't just a nightmare. My mom always asked why I was so upset that morning, but how do you explain something like that when you're 4? I tried telling her about the tall black person in my doorway, but she just smiled and said I had a scary dream. But it wasn't a dream. The door was open. I knew it was real. For years afterward, I was terrified of my bedroom door being open at night. I'd check it multiple times before going to sleep, and sometimes I'd wake up in a panic just to make sure it was still closed. My parents thought I'd grow out of it, but some fears don't just disappear. The second weird thing happened when I was around 9. It started with a dream, a really vivid one. In the dream, I noticed a small black line on my left wrist, like someone had drawn it, with a marker. It wasn't scary or anything, just odd. I woke up and checked my wrist, but there was nothing there. The next night, I had the same dream, except the line was longer, forming a small curve. This continued for several nights, with the line extending a bit more each time, until it started to look like a bracelet being drawn around my wrist, one section at a time. The final night of these dreams was different. The line had finally formed a complete circle around my wrist, like a black bracelet, but this time there was this overwhelming sense of dread that came with it. It wasn't just a drawing anymore, it felt like a warning. I woke up sweating, heart pounding, and immediately checked my wrist. That's when I realized I had accidentally left a rubber band around my wrist when I went to bed. It was one of those thick ones, and it had been on my wrist all night. My hand was swollen and discolored, the rubber band cutting deep into my skin. It was painful and scary. The circulation had been partially cut off. I had to get my mom to help me remove it carefully. She was pretty upset, asking why I would sleep with a tight rubber band on my wrist. But the thing is, I hadn't even noticed putting it on or forgetting to take it off. It was like those dreams had been counting down, warning me about what was happening to my wrist while I slept. The doctor said I was lucky. If it had been any tighter, or if I'd slept longer, I could have had serious damage to my hand. They said sometimes kids don't notice these things, but I'm convinced those dreams were trying to tell me something was wrong. How else would I have dreamed about a line slowly forming a complete circle around the exact spot where the rubber band was cutting off my circulation? But the third incident is the one that still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. I was 12, sharing a room with my older sister in our old house. It was a Saturday afternoon, and my mom was at work. She wasn't supposed to be home until around 6, and my sister was listening to music with her headphones on, completely in her own world. Our house was pretty old, with these distinctive sounds you get to know when you live somewhere for a while. One of those sounds was our front door handle. It had this heavy mechanical click when you pushed it down to open the door. It wasn't like any other sound in the house. You couldn't mistake it for anything else. So I'm sitting on my bed, reading a comic book, when I hear it, that unmistakable sound of our front door handle being pushed down. It was so clear that I immediately looked up, thinking Mom must have come home early from work. I called out, "Mom," but there was no answer. My sister didn't react. She couldn't hear anything with her headphones on, so I got up to check. I walked down the hallway toward the front door, calling out again. Still no answer. When I reached the door, my blood went cold. It was still locked, from the inside, with the deadbolt that we always used when no one was home. I stood there staring at the lock, trying to process what I was seeing. There was no way someone could have opened that door from the outside and then locked it again from the inside. And there was absolutely no way I had imagined that sound. I knew that sound. I'd heard it thousands of times. I checked all the windows, all locked. Checked the back door, locked too. No one had entered the house, but I heard that door handle move, clear as day. I ran back to our room and told my sister, but she just shrugged it off. "You probably heard the house settling or something," she said. "But houses settling don't sound like door handles being pushed down, not even close." For the rest of the afternoon, I sat on edge, jumping at every little noise. When my mom finally came home at 6, I told her what happened. But like my sister, she tried to find a logical explanation. The fridge making noise, the heating system turning on, the wind against the windows. But none of those explanations made sense. None of those things sounded anything like our front door handle. I've tried to rationalize these experiences over the years. The black figure could have been a shadow, or my imagination running wild after waking up to find my door mysteriously open. The dream bracelet could have been my subconscious trying to alert me to the rubber band. The door handle, well, that one's harder to explain away. What bothers me most is the connection between these events. They all involve warnings or signals of some kind. The open door I insisted be closed. The dream bracelet counting down to a potential injury. The sound of a door handle when no one was there. I'm 26 now, and I still sleep with my bedroom door firmly shut and locked. I still check my wrists before bed to make sure nothing's wrapped around them. And I still get a chill down my spine whenever I hear a door handle being pushed down when I'm home alone. Sometimes I wonder if these experiences were trying to protect me or warn me. Other times, I wonder if something was trying to get my attention for reasons I still don't understand. Either way, I can't explain what happened, and that's what scares me the most. There are things in this world that don't fit neatly into explanations, things that leave you questioning your own senses and sanity. And sometimes, in the middle of the night when I snap awake for no reason, I still expect to see that tall black figure standing in my doorway, waiting. For what, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll find out. But honestly, part of me hopes I never do. Story 7. I've always been afraid of our basement. Not just the normal kid fear of dark spaces, but a deep, gut-wrenching terror that would make my heart race and my hands shake whenever I had to go down there. My mum used to think I was being dramatic, but something about that basement always felt wrong, like someone was watching me. Growing up in Milwaukee, our house was pretty typical for the suburbs. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and that damn basement. My earliest memory of being scared down there was when I was around 6. I was helping my mom carry laundry down the stairs when I got this overwhelming feeling that we weren't alone. I remember freezing on the steps, my little arms clutching a basket of clothes, tears welling up in my eyes as my mom urged me to keep moving. "There's nothing down here," she'd always say. "It's just your imagination." When my parents divorced when I was 13, I was actually relieved we had to move out. My dad couldn't afford the mortgage payments after Mom left, and we ended up in a small apartment across town. No basement, no weird feelings, no unexplainable cold spots. I thought I'd never have to deal with that house again. Life has a weird way of circling back on you, though. 4 years later, when I was 17, my mom's new husband, Carl, went through foreclosure on his house due to some bad investments. We needed a place to live, and as luck would have it, our old house was back on the market at a reduced price. Mom was ecstatic. She'd always loved that house despite my warnings about the basement. She brushed off my concerns like she always did. "You're practically an adult now," she told me. "You need to get over these childish fears." So we moved back in. I got my old bedroom back, which should have felt comforting, but all I could think about was that basement lurking beneath us. I promised myself I would face my fear. I was 17, not a little kid anymore. There was no logical reason to be afraid of a basement. For the first few weeks after moving back, I managed to avoid going down there alone. Mom or Carl would always need something from the freezer or had to do laundry, and I'd conveniently be busy with homework or helping elsewhere. But one evening in late October, everyone was out. Mom was working late. Carl was at some work function, and our roommate Jessica, a friend of my mom's who needed a place to stay after her divorce, was out on a date. We kept our deep freezer in the basement, and I wanted to grab some ice cream. Such a stupid, mundane reason to face my biggest fear. But I was determined to prove to myself that I wasn't a scared little kid anymore. I remember walking down those creaky wooden steps, flipping on every light switch as I went. The basement was finished on one side with Jessica's bedroom and a small half bath, and unfinished on the other, where we kept the washer, dryer, and freezer. The laundry room area was always the worst part for me. It had this weird energy that made the hair on my arms stand up. I made it to the freezer without incident, dug out my ice cream, and was about to head back upstairs when I heard a soft thud from the laundry room. My heart immediately started racing, but I told myself it was just the house settling or the water heater kicking on, normal house noises, but something made me look. I can't explain why I didn't just run up the stairs like every instinct was screaming at me to do. Maybe it was that need to finally prove to myself there was nothing to be afraid of. I stepped toward the laundry room doorway, ice cream container clutched against my chest like some kind of shield. The fluorescent light in there was flickering slightly. It always did, casting strange, moving shadows across the concrete floor. And that's when I saw her. Standing between the washer and the wall was a little girl. Not a normal little girl. She was whitish and semi-transparent, like looking at someone through frosted glass. She looked about 10 years old, with shoulder-length hair, and was wearing what looked like a simple white dress that hung just below her knees. She wasn't doing anything threatening, just standing there looking at me with these hollow eyes that seemed too old for her young face. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. We just stared at each other for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. There was no malice in her expression, just a profound sadness that I can still remember clearly 15 years later. Then she tilted her head slightly, like she was curious about me. That small movement broke my paralysis. I started backing away slowly, afraid that any sudden movements might provoke something. I don't know what I thought would happen. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I turned and bolted up them so fast I dropped my ice cream. I didn't stop until I was in my bedroom with the door locked. When Mom got home around 11 that night, I was still awake, sitting on my bed with all the lights on. I told her what happened, my words tumbling out in a panicked rush. She listened with that look parents get when they think their kid is being ridiculous, but don't want to say it outright. "Honey, you've always been afraid of that basement," she said gently. "Your mind was probably just playing tricks on you because you were already scared. Mom, I swear I saw her. She was right there by the washing machine." "There's no ghost in our basement," she insisted. "If it makes you feel better, I'll go check it out right now." She went down there and came back up 5 minutes later with my abandoned ice cream container. "See? Nothing down there but melting rocky road." I didn't go in the basement again for a week after that. Every night, I'd lie awake thinking about that girl and what she might want. Was she stuck there? Did something bad happen to her in our house? The questions kept me up at night. Then something happened that changed everything. Jessica, our roommate, had set up her bedroom in the finished part of the basement. She was 32 and wasn't thrilled about living with a family, but it was all she could afford after her divorce. She kept to herself mostly, coming and going without much interaction with us. One morning, I came down for breakfast and found Jessica sitting at the kitchen table, looking pale and shaken. Mom was making coffee and turned when I walked in. "Jess saw something in the basement last night," Mom said, her voice strange and tight. I felt a chill run down my spine. "What did you see?" I asked, though I already knew the answer somehow. Jessica looked up at me, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee so tightly her knuckles were white. "I was doing my makeup at my vanity around midnight, getting ready for bed. I saw something in my mirror, a reflection of someone standing in my doorway. I thought it was you or your mom." She took a shaky breath before continuing. "When I turned around, there was this little girl. But she wasn't normal. She was whitish, kind of see-through, just standing there in a white dress, staring at me. I blinked and she was gone." My mouth went dry. "Did she have shoulder-length hair? Look about 10 years old?" Jessica's eyes widened. "Yes. How did you know?" That's when my mum sat down heavily in the chair across from us. "You two couldn't have coordinated this," she said slowly. "Jess, Hannah told me last week she saw a ghost girl in the basement, but I didn't believe her. I never mentioned it to you." "I've never talked to Hannah about anything like this," Jessica confirmed. "I thought I was losing my mind." That was the moment my mom finally believed me. Two people seeing the exact same apparition with no opportunity to influence each other's stories was too much of a coincidence. After that, things escalated. Lights in the basement would turn on and off by themselves. The washing machine would run in the middle of the night when no one had started it. Items would disappear from one room and appear in another. Once, all the photos on our living room wall turned upside down overnight. Mum contacted a local paranormal investigation group, but they found nothing conclusive during their visit, just some cold spots and unusual electromagnetic readings that could have been explained by drafts and old wiring. They suggested the house might be built on some kind of energy vortex, whatever that means. Not very helpful. Jessica moved out after 2 months, said she couldn't sleep knowing that girl might be watching her. I couldn't blame her. I lasted until I was 19 before I found my own apartment. Those 2 years were a constant state of anxiety. I'd see glimpses of her from the corner of my eye, never as clear as that first time, but enough to know she was still there. Sometimes I'd hear humming coming from empty rooms, a soft, childlike melody I didn't recognize. Mum still lives in that house. She's gotten used to the girl, even talks to her sometimes. Says she doesn't feel threatened by her presence anymore. I visit occasionally, but I never stay overnight. Can't bring myself to do it. I'm 32 now, the same age Jessica was when she saw the girl. And last month when I visited Mum, something new happened. I was helping her bring groceries in from the car when I felt someone watching me from the living room window. When I looked up, there she was, the same ghost girl, looking exactly as she had 15 years ago. She raised her hand like she was waving at me, then faded away. The thing that still bothers me is that I've been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder in my 20s. When I first got the diagnosis, I thought maybe that explained everything. The ghost, the feelings, all of it. But how does that explain Jessica seeing the exact same girl with the same description when we had never discussed it? How does it explain my mom eventually seeing her too? I've researched the history of our house extensively. No records of any children dying there. No news stories about missing girls in the area when the house was built in the 1970s. Nothing to explain who this girl might be or why she's there. All I know is that she's real, and she's still in that basement waiting. For what? I don't know. Maybe someday she'll tell us her story, but until then, she remains the mystery that follows me through life. A reminder that there are things in this world we simply cannot explain. I still have nightmares about her sometimes. Not because she was scary, but because of the profound sadness in her eyes, like she needed help that I couldn't give her. That helplessness is what haunts me most. Story 8. I've never really talked about this before. I mean, I've mentioned it to my family, but I've never put it all down in writing. It's been about 7 months since it happened, and I still don't have any answers. I guess that's why I'm finally sharing this. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I've had schizophrenia since I was 19. I'm 34 now, so I've had 15 years to get used to hallucinations and learn how to deal with them. My medication works pretty well, and I can usually tell when something isn't real. My hallucinations typically appear as still images, like snapshots that flash in my peripheral vision. Sometimes they're people, sometimes animals, sometimes just weird shapes. They don't move naturally, and they disappear when I look directly at them. That's why what happened last October was so different. It was a Saturday, unusually warm for mid-October in Jackson Heights, Queens. I live in a small house with a tiny backyard. Nothing fancy, but it's home. I was taking advantage of the nice weather to clean out this big plastic storage container we keep in the yard. It had gotten pretty gross over the summer, full of rainwater, dead leaves, and God knows what else. I was bent over the container, scrubbing away with a brush, when I felt this weird sensation. It's hard to describe, but it was like when you know someone's watching you. I straightened up and looked toward our back fence. There was someone, or something, standing there. About 20 feet away, just inside our yard. It looked like a person wearing a dark cloak or robe that went all the way to the ground. I couldn't see a face, just this dark hood. At first, I thought it was a hallucination, so I did what I always do. I looked directly at it, expecting it to vanish. It didn't. Instead, it moved, not in that jerky, unnatural way my hallucinations sometimes do. It moved smoothly, shifting its weight slightly like a real person would. Then it just wasn't there anymore. Not like it walked away or faded out. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. I stood frozen for a good minute, brush still in my hand, water dripping down my arms. My heart was racing, but I tried to calm myself down. Just a new type of hallucination, I told myself. My doctor had warned me that sometimes symptoms can change over time. I finished cleaning the container, but I kept glancing back at that spot by the fence. Around 4 that afternoon, I was in the kitchen making coffee. My back was to the doorway that leads to our living room. Again, I got that same feeling, like I was being watched. I turned around, and there it was again. The same cloaked figure, standing in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. This time, I got a better look. The cloak was dark, but not just black. It had this depth to it that's hard to explain, like when you look at really deep water and can't tell how far down it goes. The hood was pulled forward, so I still couldn't see a face. But the weirdest part was how it reacted when I saw it. It stopped moving. Not like it was startled or caught, but more like, I don't know, like it was acknowledging that I'd seen it. We stared at each other, at least I think it was staring at me, for maybe 5 seconds. Then, just like before, it was gone. No walking away, no fading, just there 1 second and gone the next. I dropped my coffee mug. It shattered on the floor, and my wife Emma called from upstairs, asking if everything was okay. I said I'd just had a clumsy moment. I didn't mention what I'd seen. Not yet. That evening after dinner, I finally told Emma and our daughter Lily about the figure I'd seen. Emma looked concerned, but not alarmed. She knows about my condition, has been with me through all of it. "Have you been taking your medication?" she asked, which is always her first question when I mention seeing something. "Yes, every day, same as always," I told her. But this was different. My hallucinations don't move like that. They don't interact. Lily, who was 15 at the time, just shrugged and said, "Maybe it's a ghost." Emma shot her a look. "Not helpful, Lily." "What? Dad sees weird stuff all the time. If he says this one's different, maybe it actually is different." I appreciated Lily's open-mindedness, but Emma was more practical. "If it happens again, we should call Dr. Patel," she said. "But for now, maybe just try to ignore it. You know, engaging with hallucinations only makes them seem more real." She was right, of course. That's Psychology 101 for dealing with schizophrenia. Don't engage, don't feed into it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a hallucination. It felt external, independent of my mind. That night, I did something I rarely do. I double-checked all the doors and windows before bed. I know it sounds paranoid, but that figure had seemed so real, and the way it had appeared inside our house really bothered me. As I was locking the back door, I had the strangest impulse to leave it unlocked. Almost like a voice in my head saying, "It doesn't need doors anyway." That freaked me out even more, and I made sure everything was securely locked. I thought about setting up my phone to record the living room overnight, but for some reason, I decided against it. Looking back, I can't explain why I didn't do it. It would have been the logical thing to do if I really believed something was in our house. It's like something discouraged me from trying to capture evidence. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up thinking I heard footsteps in the hallway. Our house is old and creaky, so strange noises aren't unusual, but these sounded deliberate, like someone carefully placing each foot. Around 3 in the morning I got up to check. The hallway was empty, but it felt cold, much colder than the rest of the house, and there was this smell, not unpleasant, just strange, like ozone after a lightning storm, mixed with something earthy, like wet soil. I checked Lily's room. She was fast asleep, her phone still playing some YouTube video she'd fallen asleep watching. I closed her door quietly and went back to bed. Emma was awake when I returned. "Everything okay?" she murmured. "Yeah," I whispered. "Just thought I heard something." She rolled over and put her arm around me. "Try to sleep. Things always seem worse at night." She was right, of course. When morning came, the whole thing seemed less terrifying in the daylight, still inexplicable, but less threatening somehow. I went about my Sunday as usual, helped Lily with her science project, watched some football, did laundry, normal stuff. But I kept expecting to see the figure again. I'd catch myself staring into corners or checking over my shoulder. The entire day passed without another appearance. So did Monday and Tuesday and the rest of the week. As days turned into weeks with no further sightings, I started to wonder if maybe it had been a hallucination after all. A new, more sophisticated type, but still just my brain playing tricks on me. I even mentioned it to Dr. Patel during my monthly appointment. He seemed concerned, but not alarmed. "Hallucinations can evolve over time," he explained. "The brain is remarkably adaptive. But if it happens again, especially if the figure seems to interact with you in any way, we might want to adjust your medication." But it never did happen again. Not once in the 7 months since that Saturday in October. And that's what makes me think it wasn't a hallucination at all. See, my hallucinations, when they find a form that gets a reaction from me, they tend to stick with it. They repeat. That's part of the pattern of schizophrenia. The mind latches onto imagery that provokes emotional responses. If my brain had created this interactive, moving figure that clearly frightened me, why would it only appear twice and then never again? The more I've thought about it, the more I've come to a strange conclusion. I think that cloaked figure was just passing through. I don't mean through our neighborhood. I mean through our reality. Like it was using our house as a shortcut to somewhere else. That sounds crazy, I know. Maybe crazier than just accepting it was a hallucination. But I can't shake this feeling that it wasn't interested in me or my family. It wasn't there to haunt us or harm us. It was simply traveling. And for some reason, I was able to see it when most people probably can't. The strangest part is that I'm not afraid anymore. In the moment, yes, I was terrified. But looking back, there was nothing threatening about its behavior. It noticed me noticing it, and then it continued on its way, like a hiker who makes brief eye contact with a stranger on a trail before moving on. I've never mentioned this part to Emma or Lily, but sometimes I find myself looking for it again, not out of fear, but curiosity. What was it? Where was it going? Why could I see it when presumably most people can't? I wonder if it has something to do with my schizophrenia. Maybe the way my brain is wired allows me to perceive things that others miss. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. This entity passed through our house at a time when I happened to be looking in the right direction. I don't expect to ever have answers. And that's okay. Some experiences don't come with explanations, but I know what I saw wasn't a typical hallucination. It was something else entirely. Something that exists independently of my mind. Something that was just passing through our little corner of Jackson Heights on its way to somewhere else. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still listen for those careful footsteps in the hallway. Not out of fear, but because I'm curious if our visitor might ever pass through again. Story 9. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family before. I think about it sometimes when I can't sleep, and even though it happened when I was just a kid, the memory is still crystal clear in my mind. It's weird how some memories fade, but this one is permanently etched into my brain. I was 11 years old when our house caught fire. It wasn't a complete disaster, nobody got hurt, but the damage was bad enough that we couldn't stay there while repairs were being done. My dad's cousin owned this old farmhouse about 20 minutes from our place that had been sitting empty for almost a year since his grandmother passed away. It was this big, drafty, two-story house built sometime in the 30s, with peeling paint and creaky floorboards, the kind of place where you could hear every footstep, no matter where you were in the house. The property was pretty isolated, surrounded by open fields with a dense line of woods about 100 yards behind the house across a narrow dirt road. My parents took the main bedroom on the first floor, my little brother got the small guest room, and I ended up in the loft, which was basically just the converted attic space. The loft was weird. It had these small, round windows on either end and a sloped ceiling that made it impossible to stand up straight except right in the middle. There was a twin bed pushed against one wall, a small desk, and this ancient wooden chest that smelled like mothballs. The electricity up there was spotty. Sometimes the single bulb hanging from the ceiling would flicker for no reason, so my mom had given me this old-school camping lantern for reading at night. We'd been there for maybe 4 days when it happened. It was summer, late July, and even with the windows open, that loft was stifling hot. My parents had gone to bed early, exhausted from dealing with insurance people all day. My little brother was already asleep downstairs. It must have been around 10:30 at night, and I was sitting on my bed reading one of the Goosebumps books with my lantern next to me because the ceiling light was doing that annoying flickering thing again. The weird thing is, I've always been a scaredy cat. I mean, seriously. I was the kid who made my parents check under the bed and in the closet every single night until I was 10. I slept with a nightlight until 6th grade. I couldn't watch horror movies without having nightmares for weeks. But that night, in that strange house, I felt fine, calm even. Looking back, that was the first sign something wasn't right. I remember I was getting to a good part in my book when something moved past the window to my left. Just a quick shadow, but enough to catch my attention. At first, I figured it was a branch from one of the trees outside, but then I remembered there weren't any trees close enough to the house to reach the 2nd story. Without feeling any real concern, which is still the strangest part to me, I put my book down and went to the window. I had to kneel on the wooden chest to see out properly. The moon was almost full that night, casting this pale blue light over everything outside. The farmyard was visible below, and beyond that, the road and the edge of the woods. That's when I saw it. Standing in the middle of the yard was what I first thought was a deer. We lived in rural Pennsylvania, so seeing deer wasn't unusual. But something was wrong about this one. It was standing on its hind legs, perfectly balanced, like a person. Its front legs, no, its arms, hung at its sides, longer than they should have been, with what looked like hands where hooves should be. But the worst part was its neck. The head was definitely a deer's head, with antlers and everything, but the neck was bent at this impossible angle, like it had been broken and healed wrong. Not flopping around, but fixed in this permanent, unnatural position where the head was almost resting on its own shoulder. I should have been terrified. Any normal kid would have screamed or hidden under the covers or run to their parents. But I just watched, with this detached curiosity that wasn't like me at all. It was like I was under some kind of spell. The deer man thing stood motionless for maybe 30 seconds, and then it started to walk. Not stumbling or awkward like you'd expect from something walking in a way it wasn't meant to, but with this fluid, almost graceful motion. Each step was deliberate and silent. It walked straight across the yard, through the tall grass, and then across the dirt road toward the edge of the woods. Just before it reached the tree line, it stopped, and then it turned, its body turning while that broken neck kept the head in that same twisted position. And I swear, it looked right up at my window, right at me. I couldn't make out its eyes in the darkness, but I felt it looking at me, recognizing that I was watching it. It stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it turned back around and disappeared into the woods. The weirdest part? I just went back to my bed and continued reading, like nothing had happened, like seeing a deer-human hybrid with a broken neck walking around outside was the most normal thing in the world. I even remember yawning and thinking it was getting late, so I should probably go to sleep soon. I finished my chapter, turned off the lantern, and went to bed. I slept perfectly fine that night. No nightmares, no tossing and turning. Nothing. The next morning at breakfast, I mentioned it to my mom. Just casually, like, "Hey, I saw something weird outside my window last night." I described what I'd seen, and the look on her face was, I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't shock or disbelief. It was recognition mixed with something else. Fear, maybe? Worry? She put down her coffee cup very carefully and said, "You shouldn't make up stories like that, honey." But her voice was all wrong, tight and strained. Then she added, "And don't mention this to your father or your brother, or anyone else, ever. Do you understand?" I nodded, confused but not upset. Again, that weird calmness that wasn't like me at all. She never brought it up again, and neither did I. 3 weeks later, we moved back into our partially repaired house. The fire damage hadn't been fixed completely, but my parents seemed suddenly desperate to leave the farmhouse. I overheard them arguing one night, my mom saying something about, "It's not safe here anymore," and my dad saying, "It was just a coincidence." For years afterward, I kind of forgot about the whole thing. Or maybe not forgot exactly, but it was like the memory was wrapped in cotton, muffled and distant. I'd think about it occasionally, but that same unnatural calmness would wash over me, and I'd move on to thinking about something else. That changed when I turned 16. I was driving home from a friend's house one night, taking the back roads, when I realized I was passing near that old farmhouse. I hadn't been back there since we'd stayed after the fire. On impulse, I decided to drive by and see it again. The house looked abandoned. My dad's cousin had tried to sell it, but apparently there hadn't been any takers. The grass was overgrown, the paint was peeling worse than before, and several of the windows were boarded up. I stopped the car on the road out front, just looking at the place in my headlights. That's when the spell, or whatever it was, finally broke. 5 years of suppressed terror hit me all at once. My hands started shaking so badly I dropped my car, keys, when I tried to put them back in the ignition. I broke out in a cold sweat, my heart racing so fast I thought I might be having a heart attack. The memory of that thing, that deer man with its broken neck, came flooding back with a clarity that was physically painful. I finally understood the wrongness of it all, the way it moved, the way it looked at me, the way I had felt no fear when I should have been terrified, the way my mother had reacted. I managed to start the car and get out of there, driving way too fast down those dark country roads, convinced the whole time that something was following me. Since then, I've done some research. I've looked into local legends, folklore, cryptids, anything that might explain what I saw. I haven't found anything that matches exactly, but there are stories from all over the world about shapeshifters and forest spirits that take on half-human, half-animal forms. Sometimes I wonder if my mom had seen it too during our stay, or if she knew about it beforehand, if that's why she recognized what I was describing. I've thought about asking her, but something always stops me. That same something that makes me feel like I'm being watched whenever I think too hard about that night. I'm 23 now, and I still have nightmares about it. Not often, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, but they're always the same. I'm back in that loft, looking out the window. The deer man is standing at the edge of the woods, but this time it's calling my name. This time it's beckoning me to come outside, and in the dream, I always feel myself getting up, walking downstairs, opening the door. That's when I wake up, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. I've never gone back to that farmhouse. I've never even driven down that road again. But sometimes when I'm alone in the woods, even completely different woods, hours away from that place, I get this feeling like something is watching me from between the trees. Something with a broken neck and antlers. I still don't know what I saw that night. I don't know why it affected me the way it did, or why my mom reacted the way she did. All I know is that when I think about it now, it's super scary, way scarier than it felt when it was actually happening. And I still can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, I'm going to see that thing again. Story 10. I've been holding this in for years, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe writing it out will help me process what happened, or maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can make sense of it all. When I was 16, my parents decided to move us from our suburban home to what they called their dream property, an old farmhouse nestled in the hills of West Virginia. The place was built sometime in the 1860s according to the real estate listing, and it looked every bit its age. Weathered wooden siding, a wraparound porch with peeling paint, and windows that seemed to watch you as you approached. From the moment we pulled into the gravel driveway, something felt off. Not enough to make me say anything. I was already the moody teenager who didn't want to move away from friends, so I kept my mouth shut. But that feeling in my gut never went away. My parents were so excited about the character and history of the place that they couldn't see what I felt immediately. The house was aware. I know how that sounds, but I don't know how else to describe it. Since I was the only kid, I got assigned the upstairs bedroom. It was spacious enough with sloped ceilings and this old window seat that looked out over the fields. During the day, it was almost charming. But as soon as the sun went down, the room changed. The corners seemed deeper, the shadows more solid. For the first few months, I tried to convince myself it was just adjustment anxiety. New house, new school, new everything. Of course I felt unsettled. But after about 2 years of living there, I couldn't deny it anymore. It always started at 11 p.m. Exactly 11. I'd be doing homework, or reading, or scrolling through my phone, and suddenly the air would change. It would get heavier, colder, and I'd feel this pressure. Like someone was standing right behind me, breathing on my neck. I'd spin around, but there was never anyone there. Just the empty room that suddenly didn't feel empty at all. The worst part was, I wasn't the only one who noticed. My friend Jesse came over for a sleepover one weekend. We were hanging out in my room, watching movies on my laptop. Around 10:50, I started getting anxious, knowing what was coming. But I didn't say anything to Jesse. I didn't want her thinking I was crazy. At 11:02, Jesse suddenly sat up straight and said, "Hey, can we go downstairs? It's kind of stuffy in here." I checked the time and felt my stomach drop. She felt it too. This happened with 3 different friends. Always around 11 p.m., they'd suddenly want to leave my room. One friend even said she felt like someone was watching us, and I hadn't mentioned a word about my experiences. I started spending less time in my room at night. I'd make excuses to study at the kitchen table or fall asleep on the couch watching TV. My parents thought I was just being a typical teenager, but I was terrified of what was happening upstairs. Then came the night that changed everything. I'd fallen asleep in my room, something I tried to avoid but couldn't always manage. I woke up suddenly, the kind of waking where you go from dead asleep to wide awake in an instant. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m. There was someone standing at the foot of my bed. It was an old woman. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she wore what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown. But it was her face that made me freeze in terror. She was smiling down at me, but it wasn't a kind smile. It was wide and terrible, stretching too far across her face. Her eyes were dark hollows, fixed directly on mine. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just lay there, staring back at her, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Finally, I managed to sit up. I waved my hand through her, some stupid part of my brain thinking I could prove to myself she wasn't real. My hand passed right through her form, but she didn't disappear. She just kept smiling that awful smile. Slowly, over what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, she faded away. Not all at once, but gradually, like fog burning off in the morning sun. First her feet, then her legs, torso, and finally that terrible smiling face. I didn't sleep in my room for weeks after that. I told my parents I thought I saw a mouse and was scared. They set traps, found nothing, but didn't question why I was suddenly camping out on the living room couch. Maybe they were just tired of arguing with a teenager. The strange thing is, after that night, the 11 p.m. feeling stopped. For about a year and a half, things were almost normal. I started using my room again, cautiously at first, then with growing confidence. I thought maybe whatever had been there had moved on. I was wrong. It started again during my senior year of high school. The same oppressive feeling at 11 p.m., the same sense of being watched. But now there was something new. Sounds. Soft at first, almost imperceptible. The creak of a floorboard when no one was walking. The sound of fabric rustling in a still room. A whisper so faint I couldn't make out the words. I wasn't about to wait for another full-bodied apparition. I did what any teenager in the 21st century would do. I Googled how to get rid of ghosts. Most of what I found seemed like nonsense, but the sage burning thing came up repeatedly. It seemed harmless enough, so I bought some white sage from this new-agey shop in town. The woman who sold it to me looked concerned when I explained what it was for. "You need to be firm," she said. "Tell whatever's there that it's not welcome. This is your space now." So one afternoon when my parents were out, I went up to my room with my sage bundle and a lighter. I felt stupid, but also desperate. I lit the sage, letting the smoke fill the room as I walked around. "This is my room," I said, feeling ridiculous talking to empty air. "You are not welcome here. You need to leave." The sage was burning steadily as I moved toward the window seat, the place where the feeling of being watched always seemed strongest. As I raised the smoking bundle, something impossible happened. The flame suddenly flared up, bright and hot, almost singeing my fingers. Then it blew out. Not like a candle being blown out, but like it was hit by a gust of wind, except the smoke didn't blow toward me. It blew away from me, toward the door, against the direction of my breath. I dropped the sage bundle and ran downstairs. That night, I slept on the couch again, telling my parents some story about painting my nails and not wanting to stink up my room. In the middle of the night, I woke up with that same sudden alertness. The living room was dark except for the green glow of the microwave clock. 3:22 a.m. From my position on the couch, I could see down the hallway to the stairs. And there, just peeking around the corner, was something watching me. I couldn't make out a face, just the suggestion of a form, partially hidden. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled the blanket over my head like a little kid. When I finally got the courage to look again, whatever it was had gone. The next morning, I tried to talk to my dad about it indirectly. "Hey, do you ever feel like this house is kind of creepy?" I asked while we were having breakfast. He looked up from his coffee with an expression I couldn't read. After a long pause, he said, "There's a lot of history in old houses." "What does that mean?" I pressed. He sighed. "About a year after we moved in, I saw something in the basement, a man in a plaid shirt, hunched over in the corner. By the time I blinked, he was gone. My blood ran cold. Why didn't you say anything? What was I going to say? That I was seeing things? Your mother would have thought I was losing it. He shook his head. I've seen him a few more times since then. Always in different places, but most often in that same spot in the basement. I told him about my experiences then, the 11 p.m. feelings, the old woman, the sage incident. He listened without interrupting, his face growing more troubled with each detail. We could try burning sage together, I suggested. Tell whatever's here to leave. We did try. That weekend, we went through the entire house with sage, firmly stating that this was our home now, and any spirits needed to move on. My mum thought we were nuts, but she let us do it without too much mockery. It didn't work. If anything, things got worse. The 11 p.m. feeling became so intense I couldn't be in my room at all during that hour. The creaking and whispering became louder. Once, all the photos in the hallway tilted at the exact same angle overnight. My dad saw the plaid shirt man more frequently. My mum finally admitted that she'd been experiencing cold spots and had once seen all the cabinet doors in the kitchen open simultaneously while she was home alone. I left for college that fall, relieved to be away from the farmhouse, but every time I came home for breaks, it was the same. Whatever lived in that house, whatever had been there long before us, had no intention of leaving. It considered us the intruders, not the other way around. My parents still live there. They've made a strange peace with the residents. They don't go in certain rooms at certain times. They don't acknowledge the sounds or the glimpses of figures that shouldn't be there. As for me, I haven't slept in that upstairs bedroom in years. When I visit, I stay in a hotel in town. My parents think I'm being dramatic, but they didn't see that old woman's smile. They don't know what it feels like to be 16 years old and realize that the monster under your bed is real. Sometimes I wonder about the history of that house, who lived and died there in the 1860s. What happened to make them stay, to make them so territorial? But another part of me doesn't want to know. Some questions are better left unanswered. All I know is that Farmhouse is alive in its own way, and at exactly 11 p.m. it lets you know you're not alone. Story 11. I've been carrying this memory around for 20 years, and I've never really told anyone the full story until now. I guess part of me was afraid people would think I was making it up, or worse, that I was crazy. But after what happened with my friend Eve last month, I can't stop thinking about it, and I need to put it into words. I grew up in Lakewood, in this little ranch-style house with faded yellow siding. Nothing special about it. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small backyard with a swing set my dad put together. I was 5, maybe 6 years old when it happened. It was summer break, one of those sticky hot afternoons where the air feels thick and the cicadas are screaming outside. Mum was upstairs taking a nap. She worked nights at the hospital back then, so afternoon naps were sacred. I remember being explicitly told not to disturb her unless it was an emergency. "Let Mummy sleep, Jamie," she'd always say. "Play quietly downstairs." So there I was, sitting cross-legged on our brown corduroy couch, watching some cartoon on TV with the volume turned low. The living room wasn't big, maybe 15 by 15 feet, with an old TV against one wall, the couch against another, and a coffee table between them scattered with my coloring books. The curtains were drawn to keep the afternoon heat out, making the room dim except for the glow of the television. I remember feeling thirsty and thinking about getting up to grab my plastic Ninja Turtles cup from the kitchen when something made me look up. That's when I saw it. Standing in the space between the TV and the hallway entrance was something. My brain immediately recognized it as a praying mantis, but this was wrong, horribly wrong, because this thing was massive. It stood all the way to our ceiling, which I now know is about 8 feet high. Its body was that familiar mantis green, slightly translucent like you could almost see through parts of it, but solid enough that it blocked my view of the hallway. Its front legs or arms, or whatever you call them, were folded in that prayer position mantises have, but they were longer than my entire body. The triangular head swiveled slightly, and I could see those huge compound eyes, dark and bulging, scanning the room. It had those weird mouth parts moving, those little mandibles working back and forth like it was chewing on air. My body went completely rigid. I don't think I was even breathing. Every instinct was screaming at me not to move, not to draw attention to myself. I stared at a spot on the floor, afraid to make eye contact with it. I had this overwhelming feeling that if I looked directly into its eyes, something terrible would happen. The worst part was the silence. Our old house always made noises, the refrigerator humming, the air conditioning rattling, the floorboards creaking. But in that moment, everything went dead quiet, except for the faint sound from the TV. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen. It could have been 2 minutes, it could have been 15. Time didn't make sense anymore. My mind was racing, trying to understand what I was seeing. I remember thinking, maybe it's just a really, really big bug that I don't know about yet. But I knew better. Even as a kid, I knew insects didn't grow to the size of adults. This thing's leg alone was thicker than my arm. The mantis thing didn't move much, just swayed slightly, its antenna twitching occasionally. It seemed to be observing, studying the room, studying me, maybe. I remember noticing how its body seemed to pulse slightly, like it was breathing, but not quite in the way humans breathe. There was something about its presence that felt intelligent, not animal-like at all. It felt aware in a way that terrified me. I had this overwhelming sense that it knew exactly what it was doing, that it was there on purpose. My bladder felt like it was going to burst. I was so scared I thought I might wet myself right there on the couch, but the fear of drawing attention to myself was stronger. My legs were starting to cramp from sitting so still, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back. After what felt like forever, the mantis thing shifted slightly, turning its head toward the hallway. That tiny movement broke the spell of fear that had paralyzed me. In that moment, I made a decision that I still replay in my head. I decided to run. I didn't think about it. I just launched myself off that couch and bolted for the stairs, not daring to look back. My feet barely touched the steps as I raced upstairs, convinced that at any second I'd feel those long, jointed legs grabbing me from behind. I burst into my mom's room, breathing so hard I couldn't speak at first. She was lying on her side, her dark hair spread across the pillow. The room was cool and dark with the blinds drawn. "Jamie, what's wrong?" She sat up, instantly alert the way moms are when their kid is freaking out. There's a... I couldn't get the words out right. How do you tell your mom there's a giant mantis monster in the living room? "There's a big bug downstairs," she sighed, clearly annoyed at being woken up, but she got out of bed. "A bug? Is that all? Jamie, you know you're not supposed to wake me up unless it's important. But it's really big," I insisted, tugging at her hand. "Really, really big. All right, let's go see this giant bug of yours." I hung back as she headed down the stairs, suddenly terrified of what might happen when she confronted the thing. Would it hurt her? Would it take her away? My imagination was spinning wild scenarios. She reached the bottom of the stairs and walked into the living room, with me peering cautiously from halfway down the staircase. "Where is it?" she asked, scanning the room. "I don't see anything." I forced myself to look. The living room was exactly as I'd left it. The TV still on, my coloring book still scattered on the coffee table. But the mantis thing was gone, completely vanished. I crept down the rest of the stairs, looking around frantically. "It was right there," I pointed to the spot by the hallway. "It was huge, Mom, like up to the ceiling." She gave me that look parents give when they think you're exaggerating. "Jamie, was this a real bug, or something you saw on TV that scared you?" I felt my face get hot with embarrassment. It was real, I swear. She knelt down and put her hands on my shoulders. Honey, there's nothing here. Maybe you fell asleep and had a bad dream. I knew I hadn't been dreaming. I knew what I'd seen. But I also knew from her face that she didn't believe me, and something in me just gave up trying to convince her. Maybe, I mumbled, looking at my feet. Next time, try to tell the difference between dreams and reality before you wake Mommy up, okay? She wasn't being mean, just tired. She ruffled my hair and went to the kitchen to get something to drink since she was up anyway. I stood in that same spot, staring at where the mantis had been, feeling confused and scared and embarrassed all at once. I never told her the full truth about how big it really was, or how human-like it seemed. I just let her think I'd seen a regular bug and gotten scared. For weeks afterward, I was terrified of being alone in that living room. I'd have nightmares about the mantis thing coming back, reaching for me with those long, jointed arms. I'd wake up sweating, convinced it was in my room, watching me sleep. Eventually, the fear faded, and the memory got pushed to the back of my mind. Still there, but easier to ignore. I never told anyone else about it. Not my friends, not my dad, nobody. By the time I was in middle school, I'd convinced myself that maybe my mom was right. Maybe I had dozed off and had a vivid nightmare. Or maybe I'd seen a regular praying mantis on the wall and my child's imagination had blown it out of proportion. But I always knew deep down that wasn't the case. Then, last month, something happened that brought it all rushing back. My friend Eve and I were having coffee at this little cafe downtown. She'd been going through a rough time. Bad breakup, job stress, the works, and had gone on a weekend retreat to find herself or whatever. I expected her to come back with stories about meditation and yoga. Instead, she lowered her voice and leaned across the table. Jamie, something incredible happened to me. I took mushrooms with this shaman guy and I met these beings. I laughed a little. What, like aliens? She didn't laugh back. Not aliens. They were like praying mantises, huge ones with intelligence in their eyes. They spoke to me, Jamie, not with words, but I could understand them. My coffee cup froze halfway to my lips. What did they look like? I asked, my voice hardly above a whisper. Tall, like impossibly tall. Green, but kind of see-through in places. They had this presence, like they were ancient and wise. She shook her head. I know how it sounds, but they helped me. They showed me stuff about my life, about the patterns I keep repeating. It was the most profound experience I've ever had. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The cafe seemed to fade away, and all I could see was that living room from 20 years ago, and the mantis thing standing there watching me. Jamie, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Eve reached across and touched my hand. I forced a smile. Yeah, just, that's intense. Did they do anything else? They just observed, guided. It felt like they existed on some other plane and were reaching across to help me see things clearly. She sipped her latte. The shaman said mantis beings are known in various spiritual traditions as guides or messengers. He said they appear to people who are at important crossroads or who need protection. Protection? The word echoed in my head. Had that thing in my living room been trying to protect me from something or warn me? Had I misunderstood its presence completely? I almost told Eve everything right then. The words were on the tip of my tongue. But something held me back, the same something that had kept me quiet all these years. Instead, I just nodded and let her continue talking about her experience. But I haven't stopped thinking about it since. What if that thing I saw wasn't a hallucination or a dream? What if it was some kind of interdimensional being that, for whatever reason, appeared to me that day? And why me? I wasn't on mushrooms or having a spiritual crisis. I was just a kid watching cartoons. The timing is what gets me too. Eve's experience happened exactly 20 years to the month after my encounter. Is that significant? or just a coincidence? I keep replaying that afternoon in my mind, trying to remember every detail. Was the mantis trying to communicate with me in some way that my 5-year-old brain couldn't comprehend? Was there something I missed? I still live in Lakewood, just a few miles from that yellow house. Sometimes I drive by it and look at the living room window, half expecting to see a giant mantis looking back at me. I never do, of course, but I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there somewhere, watching, waiting. Maybe for me to understand something I wasn't ready to grasp as a child. Or maybe it was just passing through on its way to somewhere else, somewhere beyond what we can see or understand. All I know is that I saw it. It was real. And after hearing Eve's story, I'm more certain than ever that whatever visited me that day wasn't from our world. I just wish I knew why it chose me and if it will ever return. Story 12. I've been putting this off for the longest time, but I think I need to write this down somewhere. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. This happened about 3 years ago during my junior year of college, and I still think about it way too often. I've dealt with insomnia since high school. I've tried everything: melatonin, meditation apps, cutting out caffeine after noon, you name it. The only thing that consistently helps is walking. Something about the rhythmic movement and fresh air just helps my brain quiet down enough to eventually sleep. At the time, I was studying at Westland University, which is this beautiful campus with tons of woodland areas mixed in between the buildings. During the day, the forest paths were always busy with students taking shortcuts between classes or just enjoying nature. I'd walked these paths hundreds of times in daylight. That particular night in October was unusually warm. I remember because I almost didn't bring my jacket, but grabbed it last minute. Thank God I did. My roommate had his girlfriend over, and they were watching some loud action movie, so I decided to go for one of my usual walks around 11:30. I typically stuck to the lit campus paths at night, the ones with those blue emergency phones every 100 yards or so. But that night, I was feeling restless in a way that was different, more anxious, more trapped in my own head. I thought maybe changing my route might help reset my brain. The main forest path cut through campus and shortened a 20-minute walk to about 7 minutes. It was well maintained, but completely unlit. I'd never gone through it after dark, though I'd considered it many times. I stood at the entrance for a good minute, debating. The moon was pretty bright, and I had my phone. Plus, I knew the path like the back of my hand. What could possibly happen? I turned on my phone flashlight and started down the path. The light only illuminated about 10 to 12 feet ahead of me, which was disorienting. During the day, you could see all the way through certain sections, but at night, it was like walking through a tunnel. The trees looked different in the dark, their shadows stretching and distorting across the path. About 5 minutes in, I reached this wooden bridge that crosses over a small creek. It's nothing special, just a simple structure maybe 20 feet long. During heavy rains, the creek fills up, but most of the time it's just a trickle. That night the water was rushing a bit louder than usual, probably from some rain we'd had earlier in the week. I was halfway across the bridge when I heard it, a distinct snap behind me, like someone stepping on a branch. I froze instantly. Campus had its share of wildlife, squirrels, raccoons, even the occasional deer. But something about that sound felt different, heavier, deliberate. I turned around slowly, pointing my phone light back toward the start of the bridge, and that's when I saw it. Just beyond where my light could properly reach, maybe 15 feet away, was something standing at the edge of the bridge. I say something because in that moment, my brain couldn't process it as a someone. It was roughly human-shaped, but formless, like a white silhouette with no features I could make out. Taller than me, probably 6 feet or so, but the proportions seemed off somehow. My first instinct was to call out, "Hello," but the word got stuck in my throat. An overwhelming feeling of wrongness washed over me. "You," Know that feeling when you're alone in a basement and suddenly feel like you need to run up the stairs? It was like that, but amplified 1,000 times. I wanted to step closer, to shine my light directly on whatever it was, and prove to myself it was just a fellow student or maybe a tree I was misinterpreting, but I physically couldn't make myself move toward it. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to get away. So I did the only thing that felt possible. I turned back around and continued walking, not running, just walking at a normal pace. I don't know why I didn't run. Maybe some primal part of my brain was telling me not to show fear, like with wild animals. Or maybe I was in such shock that I defaulted to pretending everything was normal. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, drowning out the sound of the creek below. I kept my phone light pointed ahead, refusing to look back, though every nerve ending was focused on what might be happening behind me. I maintained this forced calm for another minute or so, getting closer to the forest exit. I could actually see some campus lights through the trees ahead, which gave me this surge of relief. That's when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision to the right. The white figure was moving parallel to me through the trees, about 20 feet away. I couldn't see it clearly, just flashes of white between the trunks, but it was keeping pace with me, and it seemed to be angling closer to the path ahead. That's when I finally panicked. I tried to walk faster while still looking like I wasn't panicking, if that makes any sense. Like I didn't want whatever it was to know I'd seen it. My breath was coming in short gasps, and I was sweating despite the cool night air. About 50 feet from the forest exit, the path gets muddy, where groundskeepers water the surrounding plants. In my state of panic and trying to watch both the path and the thing in the trees, I slipped. My right foot went out from under me, and I felt a sharp pain shoot through my ankle as it twisted. I managed to stay upright, but now I was limping. The white figure seemed to move faster after I slipped. I abandoned all pretense of calm and hobbled as fast as I could toward the exit, my phone light bouncing wildly across the path. I swear, it felt like the temperature dropped 20 degrees in those final moments. When I finally reached the sidewalk outside the forest, the streetlights hit me like a wave of warmth. I immediately felt safe. There's no logical reason why I should have, but crossing that threshold from forest to campus proper felt like breaking through a barrier. I turned around, half expecting to see the figure emerging from the trees, but there was nothing, just the dark path I'd come from. I stood there for several minutes, catching my breath, my ankle throbbing. A couple of students walked by, giving me weird looks, probably because I was just standing there staring into the woods like a madman. I limped back to my dorm, checking over my shoulder the entire way. I barely slept that night, replaying the encounter over and over. By morning, I'd convinced myself I had just spooked myself in the dark forest and seen a fellow night walker or maybe a deer. I told my girlfriend Erin about it the next day. She could tell I was genuinely shaken up, so she suggested we go back and check it out in daylight. My ankle was swollen but manageable with some ibuprofen and an ace bandage. We retraced my entire route that afternoon. The forest was completely normal, students cutting through, birds chirping, nothing unusual. When we got to the bridge, I showed her exactly where I'd seen the figure standing. There was nothing there that could have been misinterpreted, no unusually shaped trees, no signs, nothing white at all. Then we checked the second location, where I'd seen it moving through the trees. There was a fallen log there, but it was maybe 3 feet tall at its highest point. Nowhere near the height of what I'd seen. Plus, it was weathered grey, not white. Erin tried to be supportive, suggesting maybe it was a combination of sleep deprivation and shadows playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe that. I really did. I still take my walks around campus at night. I need them to sleep, but I've never gone back through that forest path after dark. Sometimes during the day I'll stand at the entrance and stare down it, trying to make sense of what I saw. The logical part of my brain says it was nothing, stress, insomnia, an overactive imagination. But there's another part of me that knows what I experienced was real. The sense of wrongness, The fear, the way the air seemed to change, those weren't imagination. I've researched local folklore, campus ghost stories, even missing persons reports from the area, but nothing matches what I saw. My ankle healed after a couple of weeks, but sometimes when the weather changes, it still aches. A little reminder that something happened that night, whether I can explain it or not. I still have insomnia, still take my walks, but something changed in me after that night. I'm more aware of my surroundings, more tuned into that feeling when something's not right. And I never, ever ignore it when my instincts tell me to get away from somewhere. I don't know what was in the forest that night. Maybe I never will. But whatever it was, it wanted something from me, and I'm glad I never gave it the chance to get it. Story 13. I've been dealing with this for about 2 months now, and I honestly need to get it off my chest. I'm starting to feel crazy because nobody else seems to notice what's happening, and I'm second-guessing myself constantly. Back in June, I moved into this old rental house in Cleveland with my boyfriend Mark. It's nothing fancy, a 2-bedroom place with wood floors and those old-style windows that stick when it gets humid. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the neighborhood, which should have been my first clue something was off, but I was just excited to finally move out of my parents' place. The weird stuff started literally the first night. I was unpacking some kitchen boxes while Mark was setting up his gaming PC in the spare room. Priorities, right? I heard this scratching sound coming from inside the wall behind the refrigerator. At first, I thought it might be mice, which was gross but not exactly supernatural. But then the scratching moved, like it traveled up the wall, across the ceiling, and down the other side in one continuous motion, way too fast for any rodent. I called Mark over, but by the time he trudged in, the noise had stopped. He gave me that look, you know the one, where they think you're being dramatic, and went back to setting up his precious gaming station. The next couple of weeks were filled with similar stuff. Footsteps overhead when we were both downstairs, doors that would be closed when I went to bed but open in the morning, the bathroom faucet turning on by itself. Each time, Mark either didn't hear it or wasn't around to witness it. "It's an old house," he kept saying. "Old houses make noise." When my friends came over for a housewarming thing, I was a nervous wreck the whole time, waiting for something weird to happen. And sure enough, right in the middle of dinner, we all heard what sounded like someone dragging furniture across the floor upstairs. My friend Jess asked if someone else was home, and I just shrugged it off with, "Oh, I'm used to it." The house settles weirdly. Used to it? I wasn't used to it at all. I was freaking terrified, but trying to act normal. Later that night, Jess texted asking if everything was okay. Apparently, I looked totally stressed out during the whole dinner. I lied and blamed it on work. Things got significantly worse when I brought my cat Jinx from my parents' house. She's usually super chill, one of those cats that just sleeps all day and doesn't care about much. But the minute I let her out of the carrier in the new house, she froze. Her back arched, her tail puffed up, and she just stared at the hallway like she was seeing something horrible. For the first few days, she wouldn't leave my side. She'd follow me from room to room, always keeping herself between me and whatever invisible thing she seemed to be tracking with her eyes. At night, she'd sleep pressed up against me, which she never did before. Then she started staring at corners, just sitting there, staring intently at empty corners of rooms, her eyes wide and sometimes her tail twitching. She'd sit like that for hours sometimes, completely fixated on absolutely nothing I could see. When I'd try to distract her or pick her up, she'd make this low growling sound without taking her eyes off whatever she was looking at. About 3 weeks ago, I was trying to take a nap in the afternoon. Mark was at work, and I had the house to myself. I was almost asleep when Jinx jumped on the bed and started making this horrible yowling sound. Not her normal meow at all, but this desperate, frightened sound I'd never heard her make before. I opened my eyes, annoyed at first, and saw her staring over my shoulder at the wall, her eyes huge and her fur standing on end. That's when I noticed it. There was writing on the walls, not like someone had taken a pen to them, but like words were blinking in and out of existence, covering every inch of wall space. They'd appear for a split second, then vanish, then reappear somewhere else. I couldn't read what they said. They weren't in any language I recognized, and they moved too quickly. But they were definitely words or symbols of some kind. I sat up in bed, completely frozen with fear. The writing continued to blink in and out, faster and faster, until it was like the walls were vibrating with these strange symbols. Jinx was still making that awful sound. And I finally snapped out of my paralysis and ran out of the bedroom. I slept on the couch that night with all the lights on and Jinx curled up on my chest. When Mark came home, I tried to tell him what happened, but he just looked at me like I was losing it. "You were probably half asleep," he said, not even looking up from his phone. "Sleep paralysis or something." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But I know what I saw, and it wasn't a dream or sleep paralysis. I was wide awake when those symbols were flickering all over my walls. After that, I started having trouble sleeping. I'd lie awake until 3 or 4 in the morning, just listening to the house and jumping at every little sound. Mark sleeps like the dead, so he never noticed me tossing and turning or getting up to check on noises. 5 nights ago, I was lying in bed during one of these insomnia episodes. Mark was snoring beside me, and Jinx was curled up at the foot of the bed. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the occasional creaks and thumps from elsewhere in the house. Then I felt it. A pressure on the mattress near my foot, like someone sitting down on the edge of the bed. I automatically assumed it was Jinx shifting positions, but when I glanced down, she was still in the same spot, fast asleep. Yet the mattress was definitely depressed, as if someone was sitting there. I could literally see the impression, like a handprint pushing down on the blanket. Not a full handprint with fingers spread out, but the heel of a hand, like someone was resting their palm on the bed. I could even see the slight indentation of fingers. My whole body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The pressure didn't go away. It just stayed there, this invisible hand resting on my bed, inches from my foot. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute, I managed to move my leg under the blanket, sliding it toward where the hand seemed to be. When my leg bumped against the depression, I felt something solid but yielding, exactly like bumping into someone's hand. I jerked my leg and shook it, and the pressure immediately lifted, like someone had quickly removed their hand. The mattress sprang back to its normal shape. Whatever had been there was gone. I almost screamed, but I didn't want to wake Mark because I knew he wouldn't believe me. Instead, I carefully slid out of bed, grabbed Jinx, and went to sleep in the bathtub with the bathroom door locked. I told Mark I'd had stomach issues when he found me there in the morning. Since then, things have gotten worse. Jinx refuses to go into our bedroom at all now. She sits at the doorway, but won't cross the threshold, even if I put her food in there. She spends most of her time perched on top of the refrigerator, watching the house with those huge, alert eyes. I've started noticing cold spots throughout the house, areas where the temperature suddenly drops by what feels like 10 degrees. They move around. A spot that was freezing cold in the morning might be normal by afternoon, while another area becomes frigid instead. The scratching in the walls has gotten louder and more frequent. Sometimes it sounds like fingernails, sometimes like something metal being dragged across the inside of the drywall. Last night, it was so loud it woke Mark up, but he just mumbled something about raccoons and went back to sleep. I've tried to talk to him about all this multiple times, but he's always distracted by his games or chatting with his friends online. "You're just stressed about the new place," he says, "or old houses make weird noises." I'm starting to think he's deliberately ignoring what's happening because he doesn't want to deal with it. Yesterday, I was doing laundry in the basement. which is creepy enough on its own, just a concrete room with a single bare bulb, and I heard what sounded like a child laughing right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. When I turned back to the washing machine, all the clothes I'd just put in were now sitting in a neat pile on the floor. I ran upstairs and found Mark, who was, surprise, surprise, gaming with his headphones on. I practically dragged him downstairs to show him the clothes, but when we got there, they were back in the washing machine as if I'd never taken them out. That's when I realized something. Whatever is in this house seems to be deliberately making sure Mark doesn't witness anything. It's like it knows exactly when to make things happen so that only I see them, or it somehow undoes the evidence before he can verify it. I'm writing this now from a coffee shop because I can't stand being in that house alone while Mark's at work. Jinx is at the vet because she stopped eating yesterday, and I'm worried sick about her. The vet couldn't find anything physically wrong, which just confirms my suspicion that it's the house affecting her. I don't know what to do. We signed a 1-year lease, and we can't afford to break it and find a new place. Mark thinks I'm being ridiculous and dramatic. My parents live 3 hours away, and I can't exactly tell my friends I need to crash with them because my house is haunted. The worst part is that I'm starting to feel like whatever is in the house is getting more bold, more physical. That hand on the bed wasn't just a random occurrence. It felt deliberate, like it wanted me to know it was there, like it was letting me know it could touch me if it wanted to. Last night, I woke up to find myself standing in the hallway with no memory of how I got there. Was I sleepwalking, or did something lead me there? I don't know, but when I looked back toward my bedroom, I swear I saw a shadow that wasn't mine move across the wall. I'm going to have to go back to the house soon. Jinx needs to be picked up from the vet, and I can't leave her there another night. I've thought about setting up cameras, but honestly, I'm terrified of what they might capture, or worse, what they might not capture, leaving me with no proof and feeling even more like I'm losing my mind. I just don't know how much longer I can live like this. Story 14. I've debated for weeks whether to post this. I'm not looking for attention or trying to freak anyone out, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. This happened in December of last year, and it's still happening. I've tried to rationalize it, but I can't, and it's driving me insane. It started on December 12th, 2023. I remember the date clearly because I'd just gotten a new tattoo, a small sunflower on my forearm that I'd been wanting for months. The appointment ran late, and I didn't get home until around 8 in the evening. My boyfriend Tyler was working the night shift at the hospital. He's a nurse, so I had our apartment to myself. Our place is nothing special, a small 2-bedroom in an older building with thin walls and creaky floors. We've lived there for about 3 years now. It's never felt off before that night. I was tired after sitting for the tattoo for a couple hours, and my arm was still stinging from the needlework. All I wanted was to change into something comfortable, take some ibuprofen, and crash on the couch with some Netflix. I remember walking into our bedroom, flipping on the light, and heading straight to the dresser to grab some sweatpants and an old t-shirt. The room was quiet, totally ordinary. I was standing there, one leg in my sweatpants, when I heard it for the first time. Breathing. Not my own, not the neighbors, not the building settling. It was coming from under our bed. At first I froze, my sweatpants halfway up my thighs. The breathing was rhythmic, in, out, slow and deliberate, not panicked or labored, just steady, human. It sounded exactly like someone lying, very still, trying to breathe normally, but slightly too loud. My first thought was that someone had broken in and was hiding under our bed. I immediately pulled my pants up and backed toward the bedroom door, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. If someone was under there, did I really want them to answer? The breathing continued, unchanged. In, out, in, out. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and texted Tyler. Someone's in our apartment. I can hear breathing under the bed. Should I call 911? He called me right away, and I stepped into the hallway to answer, keeping my eyes on the bedroom door. "What's going on?" he asked, sounding worried. I explained what I'd heard, my voice barely above a whisper. "Mel, no one can fit under our bed," he said. "Remember? We tried to put those storage bins under there when we moved in, and there wasn't enough clearance." He was right. Our bed frame sits maybe 6 inches off the ground, hardly enough space for even our cat to squeeze under comfortably, let alone a person. I'd completely forgotten about that in my panic. "But I heard breathing," I insisted. "I'm not making this up. Is it maybe the heating vent or the neighbors? You know how thin these walls are?" I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the heating wasn't on, and the sound wasn't coming from the walls. It was distinctly coming from under our bed. "I'm coming home," he said, but I knew he couldn't leave work. They were already short-staffed. "No, it's fine," I lied. "You're probably right. It's just the building or something. I'm being stupid." After we hung up, I stood in the hallway for a good 5 minutes, trying to work up the courage to go back into the bedroom. Finally, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen. Looking back, I don't know what good I thought that would do against whatever it was, and cautiously returned to the bedroom. The breathing was still there, unmistakable. In, out, in, out. I got down on my hands and knees, knife clutched in my sweaty palm, and peered under the bed. Just as Tyler had said, there was barely any space. Just dust bunnies and darkness. Nothing that could be making that sound. But the breathing continued. I backed away and sat on the edge of the bed, my skin crawling. That's when our cat, Mochi, came trotting into the room. Usually, she jumps right up on the bed to cuddle, but this time she stopped at the doorway. Her ears flattened against her head and her tail puffed up to twice its normal size. She stared at the bed, hissed, something she rarely does, and bolted from the room. That's when I knew I wasn't imagining things. Mochi heard it too. I couldn't bring myself to leave the room, though. It was like some morbid curiosity kept me there, sitting on top of whatever was breathing beneath me. I turned on the TV, cranking the volume louder than I normally would, trying to drown out the sound. But even with the TV blaring in the pauses between dialogue, I could still hear it. In, out, in, out. For 4 hours I sat there, alternating between terror and a weird, detached fascination. I texted updates to Tyler, who kept suggesting rational explanations, pipes, the neighbors, the refrigerator motor, my imagination. None of them fit. Around midnight, the breathing stopped. Just like that. 1 minute it was there, and the next, silence. I felt the absence of it like a physical thing, and somehow that was almost worse than the sound itself. When Tyler got home at 7 the next morning, he checked under the bed, in the closets, behind the shower curtain. Everywhere someone could potentially hide. He found nothing, of course. He didn't doubt that I'd heard something, but he was convinced there was a logical explanation. For a few weeks after that, things were normal. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, or that it had been some weird, one-time occurrence with the building's plumbing or ventilation system. Then in early January of 2024, I went to visit my sister for the weekend. Tyler stayed behind because of his work schedule. On Saturday night around 10, I got a text from him that made my blood run cold. I heard it, the breathing. You weren't making it up. He called me immediately after, his voice tight with fear. He'd been getting ready for bed when he heard it. The same steady, rhythmic breathing coming from under our bed, just like I'd described. He'd gotten down on the floor with his phone flashlight and confirmed what we already knew. Nothing was there. But the breathing continued for almost 3 hours before stopping. Since then, we've both heard it at least a dozen times. Sometimes when we're both home, sometimes when one of us is alone. It doesn't seem to follow any pattern. It might happen 3 nights in a row, then not again for weeks. The duration varies too. Sometimes it lasts for hours, other times just a few minutes. We've tried everything. We replaced the bed frame thinking maybe something about the old one was causing some weird acoustic effect. We had maintenance check the ventilation system, the plumbing, everything. We even had a priest come and bless the apartment. Tyler's mom's idea, not ours. Nothing helps. The breathing never gets louder or softer. It never moves from under the bed. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem interested in harming us or even interacting with us. It just breathes. Last week, I woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom. As I was getting back into bed, I heard it start up again. In, out, in, out. Tyler was sound asleep beside me. Mochi was curled up at the foot of the bed, but her ears were perked, and she was staring intently at the floor beneath us. I lay there in the dark, listening to my boyfriend's breathing next to me and the other breathing below me. 2 different rhythms, both undeniably human. "What do you want?" I whispered into the darkness. "Why are you here?" The breathing continued, unchanged. In, out, in, out. We've talked about moving, but our lease isn't up until November, and we can't afford to break it. Besides, part of me is afraid that whatever this is might follow us. That sounds crazy, I know, but nothing about this situation is rational. We've started sleeping with a white noise machine, which helps mask the sound when it happens, but knowing it's there is still deeply unsettling. I've lost count of how many nights I've lain awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for it to start or stop. The worst part is not knowing. Is it something supernatural? A ghost? Some weird acoustic phenomenon? Are we both slowly losing our minds? I've researched similar experiences online, but nothing quite matches what we're going through. Last night, the breathing started again around midnight. Tyler was asleep, but I was still up reading. Instead of turning up the TV or putting in earbuds like I usually do, I just sat there and listened to it. For some reason, I wasn't as scared as I normally am. Maybe I'm getting used to it, which is its own kind of terrifying. I found myself almost talking to it, in my head, asking questions I know won't be answered. Who are you? Were you here before us? Are you trapped somehow? The breathing just continued, steady and unaffected. In, out, in, out. After about an hour, I did something I've never done before. I got down on the floor and laid my cheek against the cool hardwood, peering into the darkness under the bed. The breathing was so clear from this position, like someone was lying just inches from my face. "I know you're there," I whispered. "I don't know what you want or why you're here, but I'm not afraid of you anymore." That was a lie, of course. I was terrified. But something in me needed to confront this thing, whatever it is. For just a moment, and I swear this happened, though Tyler doesn't believe me, the breathing pattern changed. It hitched, just slightly, like whoever or whatever was under. There had heard me and reacted. Then it resumed its steady rhythm, in, out, in, out. I scrambled back onto the bed and didn't sleep a wink that night. That was 3 days ago. The breathing hasn't returned since then, but somehow I know it will. It always does. Tyler and I have stopped talking about it much. What is there to say? We've exhausted all logical explanations and have settled into an uneasy coexistence with whatever shares our space. Sometimes I wonder if it was here before us and will remain long after we're gone. Other residents breathing above it, wondering what lies beneath their beds, listening to it breathe in the darkness. In, out, in, out. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insights, please let me know. I'm not looking for someone to tell me I'm crazy or that it's just the pipes. I know what I've heard, what we've both heard, what even our cat reacts to. Something breathes under our bed, and we have no idea what it is. Lasai, Story 15. I don't usually share this kind of stuff, but I need to get this off my chest. This happened about 2 weeks ago, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. So I write horror novels for a living. Been doing it for about 8 years now. Most people assume I must love being scared, but it's actually the opposite. I'm terrified of the dark, can't watch horror movies alone, and sleep with a nightlight. But I've always been sensitive to things, energies, presences, whatever you want to call them. I get this feeling sometimes. I call it the nope. It's this visceral, full-body reaction where my back literally arches away from something behind me, like when a cat puffs up to look bigger when threatened. I've had the nope around certain people before. Something about their energy just feels wrong, and my body reacts before my brain can process it. But what happened at Miller's Diner was different. Way different. I was in Oak Ridge, this tiny town in the middle of nowhere, researching locations for my next book. It's one of those places with a single main street and everybody knows everybody. I'd been there for 3 days, staying at this quaint little B&B run by an elderly couple. That morning, I decided to grab breakfast at Miller's, the only diner in town. It's your typical small-town joint. Vinyl booths, slightly sticky menus, and waitresses who call you Hon, regardless of your age. My friend Darcy was with me. She sometimes travels with me for research trips since I hate being alone in unfamiliar places. We walked in around 9:30 in the morning. The bell above the door jingled, and a few locals looked up briefly before returning to their meals. The hostess, an older woman with bottle-red hair, seated us in a booth near the back, next to a window overlooking the parking lot. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, I slid into that booth, I felt it, that cold, prickling sensation starting at the base of my neck and crawling down my spine. My shoulders tensed up, and I had the overwhelming urge to look behind me, even though there was nothing but a wall. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was just tired. I hadn't slept well the night before. The B&B had creaky floors, and I kept hearing footsteps outside my door around 3 in the morning. But this feeling was persistent. "You okay?" Darcy asked, noticing me shifting uncomfortably. "Yeah, just weird vibes," I said, trying to sound casual. I didn't want to freak her out. Darcy's the rational one between us, always explaining away my feelings with logical reasons. I picked up the menu, trying to focus on choosing between pancakes or eggs, but the feeling only intensified. It was like someone was standing directly behind me, staring at the back of my head with such intensity that I could physically feel their gaze. I kept fighting the urge to turn around because I knew nothing would be there, and I'd look like a crazy person. Our waitress came over, a middle-aged woman named Betty according to her name tag, and took our orders. I went with coffee and pancakes, barely able to focus on the menu. The whole time she stood there, I felt like she was blocking something behind her, something that was trying to peek around her to get to me. When she walked away, Darcy leaned forward. "Seriously, what's wrong? You look like you're about to jump out of your skin." "I don't know," I admitted. "I've got the nope. Bad." She knew what I meant. She'd seen me have these reactions before, though usually it was brief and explainable. Like the time we were in an antique store, and I refused to touch this old rocking horse because it made my skin crawl. Or when I immediately disliked her ex-boyfriend before even speaking to him. Turned out he was cheating on her the whole time. "From what?" she asked, looking around the mostly empty diner. There were just a few old men at the counter and a family with 2 young kids a few booths away. "I don't know," I repeated, rubbing my arms to get rid of the goosebumps. "It's behind me, or around me. I can't pinpoint it." The coffee came, and I wrapped my hands around the mug, grateful for its warmth. The feeling hadn't subsided. If anything, it was getting stronger, like whatever it was had noticed I'd noticed it, and now it was getting closer, curious. My pancakes arrived, but I had lost my appetite. I picked at them, taking small bites and washing them down with coffee that suddenly tasted bitter. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched by multiple sets of eyes. Not just from behind me now, but from all around the diner. I glanced around, trying to be subtle, looking for anything unusual. The family with kids was laughing over their waffles. The old men at the counter were discussing local politics. The waitresses were going about their business. Everything looked normal, but it felt wrong. "Can we go?" I finally asked Darcy, who was halfway through her omelette. She looked concerned, but nodded. "Yeah, let me just finish this bite." As she ate her last few bites, I felt the sensation intensify to an almost unbearable level. It was like someone was breathing on the back of my neck, but when I reached up to check, there was nothing but cold air. My heart was racing, and I felt sweat beading at my hairline despite the diner's aggressive air conditioning. When the check came, I practically snatched it from Betty's hand and stood up quickly, ready to bolt to the register. Standing made it worse. The feeling was all around me now, like walking through invisible cobwebs. I had to force myself not to visibly shudder. Darcy followed me to the front, where a younger woman with dark hair was working the register. As I handed her my credit card, something made me ask, "Is this place haunted?" I don't know why I said it. I never do this. I write horror, sure, but I don't go looking for it in real life. But the words just tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop them. The cashier didn't even hesitate. She didn't laugh or look at me like I was crazy. Instead, her eyes widened slightly, and she lowered her voice. "Not here exactly," she said, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "But I work at the library over on Maple Street too, and there's definitely something there. Last month, a printer got pushed off the counter when nobody was near it. We have it on the security cameras." I felt a chill run through me. Not because of what she was saying, but because as she spoke, the feeling of being watched intensified, like whatever was there was listening to our conversation. "That's creepy," I managed to say, waiting for my receipt. "Yeah, but the weird thing is," she continued, leaning even closer, "I've been noticing stuff at my house too, things moving. Nothing major, just like a cup that was on the counter is suddenly on the table, or my keys aren't where I left them. I've been wondering if something followed me home." The moment she said, "followed me home," I felt like the air around us dropped 10 degrees. The pressure behind me was almost physical now, like someone was standing so close they were about to touch me. I had to fight the urge to sprint out the door. "Here you go," she said, handing me the receipt. "Sorry if I freaked you out." "No, it's fine," I said quickly, though it absolutely wasn't fine. "Thanks." Darcy and I left the diner, the bell jingling cheerfully behind us as we stepped into the sunny parking lot. The moment we were outside, I took a deep breath, expecting the feeling to dissipate like it usually does when I remove myself from the situation. It didn't. It followed us to the car. I could still feel it, lingering around us like a fog that wouldn't burn off. My hands were shaking so badly I had to ask Darcy to drive, which was unusual enough that she didn't even question it. "We need to go back to the B&B, I told her as she pulled out of the parking lot. "I need my sage." "Your sage?" she repeated. "Jess, come on." "I'm serious, Darcy. This isn't normal, even for me. Whatever that was in there, it was too strong, and I think it might have attached itself to us." She glanced at me, concern evident on her face. "You really believe that?" I nodded, unable to articulate just how certain I was. The feeling hadn't lessened at all, even as we drove away from Miller's Diner. If anything, it felt like it was sitting in the back seat, right behind me. When we got back to the B&B, I went straight to my suitcase. I always travel with sage and Palo Santo. Call me superstitious, but when you're as sensitive as I am, you learn to come prepared. Darcy watched from the doorway as I lit the sage bundle, letting the smoke billow around the room. "You should let me cleanse you too," I told her, wafting the smoke in her direction. To my surprise, she didn't argue. Maybe she could feel something too, or maybe she just saw how terrified I was. Either way, She stood still as I waved the sage around her, paying special attention to her shoulders and the back of her neck. I cleansed myself next, focusing on my back where the sensation had been strongest. Then I went around the entire room, making sure to get every corner, under the bed, in the closet. The whole time I was whispering under my breath, "You are not welcome here. This is not your space. You need to go." After about 20 minutes of this, the sage had burned down significantly, and my arm was tired from waving it around. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to assess whether the feeling was gone. It wasn't completely gone, but it had diminished to a faint unease rather than the overwhelming dread I'd felt at the diner. I could breathe easier, and my heart rate had slowed to something approaching normal. "Better?" Darcy asked. "A little," I admitted. "But I think we should leave town today instead of tomorrow." She didn't even hesitate. "I'll pack my stuff." We checked out of the B&B early, making up some excuse about a family emergency. The elderly couple who owned the place seemed concerned but didn't ask questions. As we loaded our bags into the car, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone watching us from one of the windows. There was nothing visible, but that didn't mean nothing was there. The drive out of Oak Ridge was tense. I kept checking the rearview mirror, not for other cars, but for, I don't even know what. A shadow? A figure? Some visible manifestation of the presence I'd felt? We were about 20 miles outside of town when I finally felt like I could relax. The oppressive feeling had faded to almost nothing, just a lingering unease that might have been my own anxiety rather than anything supernatural. It's been 2 weeks since then. I haven't had any more unusual experiences, but I'm still jumpy. I sage my apartment every few days just in case. I've been sleeping with the lights on, and I've been thinking a lot about what the cashier said, about things following people home. I know I probably sound crazy. Most people would chalk it up to an overactive imagination or the power of suggestion. I write horror for a living after all. But this wasn't imagination. This was real, physical sensation. My body was reacting to something that was there, something my conscious mind couldn't perceive, but my instincts recognized as a threat. I don't know what was in Miller's diner that day. I don't know if it followed the cashier home from the library or if it was something else entirely. But I know what I felt, and I know it was too strong not to cleanse. Has anyone else experienced something like this? That instant, visceral nope reaction to a place or presence? I can't be the only one who feels these things, right? Story 16. I still get chills thinking about what happened at Misawa. It's been 3 years since I left Japan, but I've never told anyone the full story until now. I figured maybe writing it down might help me process it, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back in 2014, I got stationed at Misawa Air Base in northern Japan as a C-2 controller with the Air Force. I was pretty excited. First overseas assignment, chance to experience a new culture, all that. When I arrived, they assigned me to the dorms in Building 666. Yeah, seriously, Building 666. I remember joking about it with the housing office guy, like, "Really? You couldn't have given me literally any other building number?" He just shrugged and said it was the only place with vacancies for single airmen. The building itself wasn't particularly creepy from the outside. Just a standard 3-story concrete military dorm, beige walls, nothing special. My room was on the 3rd floor, at the end of the hallway. Pretty small, just a bed, desk, mini fridge and a bathroom. I shared with the guy next door. The first few nights were fine. I was jet-lagged anyway, so I slept like a rock. About 2 weeks after I moved in, I had my first episode of sleep paralysis. If you've never had it, consider yourself lucky. I woke up around 3 in the morning, completely unable to move. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest, and I couldn't even open my mouth to scream. I'd had sleep paralysis maybe twice before in my life, so I knew what was happening. But this felt different, more intense. There was this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone in the room. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it would pass in a minute. Then I heard this weird scratching sound coming from the corner of my room, like fingernails on drywall. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, I could move again. I immediately turned on every light in my room and checked all the corners. Nothing. I chalked it up to stress from the new assignment, time zone changes, whatever. But then it happened again, 3 nights later, and then twice the following week. Each time that same scratching sound, and each time that horrible feeling that something was in there with me. I started drinking coffee late at night to avoid falling asleep. I'd stay up until I literally couldn't keep my eyes open anymore, then crash for a few hours before my shift. Not exactly healthy, but it seemed better than facing whatever was happening in my sleep. About a month into my stay, a new group of airmen arrived at Misawa. 4 of them got assigned to my building, including a guy named Marcus, who was also a controller. We started carpooling to work together, and one morning, he looked absolutely wrecked. Dark circles under his eyes, hands shaking as he tried to drink his coffee. "Bad night?" I asked him. He glanced at me, looking nervous. "This is gonna sound crazy, but have you experienced anything weird?" "In the dorms." My stomach dropped. "What kind of weird?" "Like, I don't know. I keep waking up and I can't move. And I swear there's someone in my room." I nearly swerved off the road. So it wasn't just me. Over the next few days, I started asking around. Turned out almost everyone in Building 666 had experienced something similar. Some people described sleep paralysis. Others said they'd wake up with unexplained scratches on their arms or backs. One guy swore he saw a tall shadow standing at the foot of his bed one night. Most people were too embarrassed to talk about it openly. Nobody wants to be the one claiming their military dorm is haunted, right? But in private conversations, over beers at the on-base bar, people would admit to weird experiences. Always in hushed tones, always with that look like, "I know this sounds crazy, but..." Things escalated about 4 months into my stay. My next-door neighbor, Ryan, knocked on my door at like 1 in the morning. He was pale, sweating, eyes wide with fear. "Can I crash on your floor tonight?" he asked, voice shaking. Ryan wasn't a timid guy. He was a maintenance tech, built like a linebacker, the kind of person who'd volunteer for the most dangerous jobs just for fun. Seeing him terrified was unsettling. "What happened?" I asked as I let him in. "I can't stay in there anymore," he said. "I woke up and there was this, I don't know how to describe it, like a black mass hovering above me. I could feel it watching me." He slept on my floor that night, and neither of us experienced anything weird. But the next night, back in his own room, he said it happened again. People started requesting transfers to other dorms. Most requests were denied due to space limitations. Some people began sleeping in their cars or crashing with friends who lived off base. The situation was getting out of hand, but nobody in leadership seemed to take it seriously. Then something happened that changed everything. An airman on the 2nd floor, I didn't know him personally, committed suicide. I don't want to go into details out of respect, but it was bad. Really bad. The chaplain got involved, and suddenly leadership was paying attention. The chaplain actually requested that the building number be changed. A week later, maintenance came and replaced all the signage. Building 666 became Building 660. They claimed it was just an administrative correction, but we all knew what was really going on. Did it help? Not really. The experiences continued. Mine were getting worse. The sleep paralysis was happening almost nightly now. Sometimes I'd hear whispers in Japanese. I don't speak the language, so I couldn't understand what was being said, but the tone was menacing. The worst night happened in January, about 6 months after I'd moved in. I remember it was snowing heavily, and the wind was howling around the building. I was exhausted from a 12-hour shift and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I dreamed I was in this massive mansion. Everything was luxurious, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, priceless artwork on the walls. I was sitting on a throne-like chair, surrounded by beautiful women offering me drinks, food, anything I wanted. It was like something out of a movie, this ridiculous fantasy of wealth and power. Then a voice spoke directly into my ear. All of this can be yours, if 66666. I woke up immediately, but I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis again, but worse than ever before. My entire body felt ice cold, like I was lying in a freezer. I kept my eyes shut tight. Something told me that whatever was in my room, I didn't want to see it. But here's the thing, I could still see somehow, even with my eyes closed, like I was having a vision. I saw this tall black shadow standing at the foot of my bed. It wasn't human-shaped, more like a column of darkness with these writhing tentacle-like appendages coming off it. It was moving closer to me, inch by inch. I was trying to scream, to move, anything, but I was completely frozen. The thing leaned over me, and I could feel its cold breath on my face. Then it spoke, not out loud, but directly into my mind. "I'll get you next time." Then it was gone. I could move again. I sat up, gasping for air, drenched in sweat despite the freezing temperature in my room. My alarm clock said 4:17 in the morning. I turned on every light and sat in the corner of my room until dawn, too terrified to go back to sleep. The next day, I put in an official request for off-base housing, citing persistent issues affecting job performance. By some miracle, it was approved within a week. I moved into a small apartment in Misawa City, about 15 minutes from the base. The weird thing? Once I moved out of Building 666, Building 660, the sleep paralysis stopped completely. Not a single episode. I still had regular nightmares about that shadow thing, but at least I could move, could scream, could wake myself up. I talked to other people who'd moved out, and they reported the same thing. Whatever was happening seemed confined to that building. About a year later, I heard they were renovating the entire dorm. Rumors circulated that they'd found something during the construction, old Japanese artifacts buried in the foundation, or evidence that the building had been constructed on the site of a Shinto shrine. I don't know if any of that was true. Military bases are rumor mills, and stories get exaggerated. I finished my tour at Misawa in 2017 and got reassigned stateside. I haven't experienced sleep paralysis since leaving Japan, but sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that scratching sound again, just for a moment. And I remember what it said to me. "I'll get you next time." I still don't know what happened in that building. Was it mass hysteria, some kind of environmental factor causing hallucinations? Or was there something supernatural targeting us? I'm not religious or particularly superstitious, but I know what I experienced. Sometimes I wonder about the airmen still stationed there, if they're still experiencing the same things we did, if that thing is still waiting in Building 6060, watching, whispering, scratching at the walls. If you're heading to Misawa, all I can say is request any dorm but that one, and if you do end up there, keep your eyes closed. Story 17. I still don't know what I saw that night. It's been 4 months, and I'm finally working up the courage to write this down. I've been reading other people's experiences here for weeks, and something about this community makes me feel like maybe I won't be judged or dismissed. I need to tell someone who might understand. Last November, my buddy Tyler and I went on our annual camping trip in northern British Columbia. We've been doing this for 6 years, always in summer or early fall, but Tyler had this brilliant idea to experience the true wilderness in the colder months. Looking back, it was a stupid decision, but I went along with it because that's what friends do, right? We hiked about 7 miles into the boreal forest, following a trail that wasn't well maintained even in good weather. The temperature dropped to around 15 degrees Fahrenheit by late afternoon, and the snow was about 8 inches deep in some places. The forest was dense, black spruce and pine trees everywhere, creating this claustrophobic feeling even in daylight. We set up camp in a small clearing. The sun was already setting by 4:30 in the afternoon, and the temperature was dropping fast. Tyler suggested we gather extra firewood before it got completely dark. We had headlamps and flashlights, but limited battery power since the cold drains them faster. "Let's split up to cover more ground," Tyler said. "Just don't go more than 50 yards from camp." That was my first mistake, agreeing to separate. My second mistake was leaving my emergency whistle in my backpack. I had my flashlight and my hunting knife, and I thought that was enough. I was wrong. I started collecting branches and dead wood, stuffing smaller pieces into my jacket pockets and carrying the larger ones under my arm. I was so focused on finding good dry wood that I didn't realize how far I'd wandered from camp. The forest looks different at night. Every tree starts to look the same, and the shadows play tricks on you. After about 20 minutes, I stopped to get my bearings and realized I couldn't see our campfire anymore. I wasn't immediately worried. I'm usually good with directions, and I figured I'd just head back the way I came. But when I turned around, nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed taller, closer together, and the moonlight barely penetrated the canopy. I called out to Tyler, but my voice seemed to get swallowed by the trees. The snow muffled everything, creating this eerie silence that made me acutely aware of my own breathing and heartbeat. I dropped the wood I was carrying and pulled out my flashlight, sweeping it across the trees, looking for any sign of our campsite. That's when I heard it. It wasn't a wolf howl. I know what those sound like. It wasn't a coyote or an owl or any animal I've ever heard in my years of camping and hunting. It was a wail, almost human, but wrong. Like someone in terrible grief, but distorted, as if coming through water or from very far away. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up instantly. I started shouting for Tyler again, louder this time, partly to drown out that sound, and partly because I was getting genuinely scared. I began walking faster in the direction I thought our camp was, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I moved. And then I saw it. About 30 yards ahead of me, perched on a large, flat rock, was something. In the beam of my flashlight, I could make out 4 legs like a canine, but the proportions were all wrong. It was too big, not just wolf big, but unnaturally large. Its shoulders were higher than mine would be if I were standing next to it, and I'm 6'1". But it was the face that made my blood run cold. It had this angular, almost triangular head, with features that seemed both canine and not. Its eyes were the worst part, large and penetrating, and they didn't glow or reflect my flashlight beam like animal eyes should in the dark. They absorbed the light somehow, like 2 black holes. I froze. My first instinct was to run, but everything I know about predators told me not to. You don't run from a predator. So I yelled instead, waving my arms to appear larger, making threatening movements. The creature didn't move, not even a twitch, no reaction at all. It just stared at me. And as it stared, something happened that I still can't fully explain. I began to feel sad. Not just nervous or scared, but profoundly, inexplicably sad. It was like the feeling you get at a funeral of someone you deeply loved, that hollow ache in your chest that makes it hard to breathe. But this was more intense, more invasive, like the sadness was being poured into me. The longer we stared at each other, the worse it got. I felt tears welling up in my eyes, though I didn't know why I was crying. My knees got weak. My throat tightened, and through it all, those eyes kept staring, unblinking, seeming to look not at me but into me, through me. I had this overwhelming sensation that something was being extracted from me. Not physically, I wasn't in pain, but something essential was being drawn out, like my energy or I don't know how to describe it without sounding crazy. My spirit, maybe. Something that makes me me. I don't know how long we stood there like that. It could have been minutes or just seconds. Time felt warped, but eventually I managed to break eye contact. I turned away, gasping like I'd been underwater, and started shouting for Tyler again, my voice cracking. I didn't look back at the creature. I couldn't. I just kept moving, shouting Tyler's name over and over, until finally, thank God, I heard him calling back. I saw the beam of his flashlight cutting through the trees, and I nearly collapsed with relief. When Tyler found me, I was shaking uncontrollably. He asked what happened, but I couldn't tell him. I was too embarrassed, too confused, and honestly, too scared that saying it out loud would somehow make it more real. So I just said, I got lost and panicked a little. "Dude, you're crying," Tyler said, looking concerned. I wiped my face, surprised to find it wet with tears I didn't remember shedding. "It's just the cold," I lied. We made it back to camp, and I sat as close to the fire as I could without burning myself. I couldn't get warm. Not really. It was like the cold had settled somewhere inside me that the fire couldn't reach. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the fire going until dawn, jumping at every creak of the trees and distant sound. Tyler slept peacefully, oblivious to what had happened. In the morning, while Tyler was still asleep, I went back to look for the rock where I'd seen the creature. It took me almost an hour to find it. The forest looked completely different in daylight. When I found the rock, there were no tracks in the snow around it. No paw prints, no disturbance at all. Just pristine, untouched snow. I stood there for a long time, staring at that empty rock, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't. The emptiness I felt inside was proof enough. We packed up and hiked out that day. I insisted we leave early, making up an excuse about the weather turning. Tyler was disappointed but didn't argue much. The whole hike back, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling watched. It's been 4 months, and I still don't feel right. I've gone through all the rational explanations. Hypothermia can cause hallucinations, fear can make you see things, and the human mind is good at finding patterns and faces where there are none. But none of that explains the feeling that came over me, that profound sadness, that sense of loss. And none of it explains why, since that night, colors seem slightly duller to me. Why music doesn't move me the way it used to. Why I sometimes catch myself staring into space, feeling like there's a hole inside me that wasn't there before. I've never believed in the supernatural. I'm still not sure I do. But I know what I experienced, and I know that whatever that thing was, it took something from me. Not my life, not my blood, but something more essential, something I didn't even know could be taken. I haven't been camping since. I've made excuses to Tyler about work being too busy or not having the money. The truth is, I'm terrified of going back into the woods, terrified of seeing those eyes again, terrified of what else they might take from me if given the chance. Sometimes, on really quiet nights when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I can hear that wailing sound again, distant but distinct. And in those moments, I feel that same wave of sadness wash over me, like a reminder that whatever happened that night isn't over. I don't know what that creature was, a Wendigo, a skinwalker, some animal deformed by disease or mutation, or something else entirely, something that feeds not on flesh but on human emotion. All I know is that I left something behind in those woods, something I'll never get back. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if that thing is still out there, still watching, still waiting for me, or someone else to wander too far from safety. I've never told anyone this story until now. I'm not sure why I'm sharing it here, except that I need someone to know. I need to feel less alone with this, because the worst part isn't the fear or even the sadness. It's the certainty that I encountered something that shouldn't exist in our world, something that defies explanation. And having seen it, I can never unsee it. Having felt it, I can never unfeel it. So if you're planning a camping trip in northern British Columbia or anywhere in the boreal forests, don't wander off alone. Don't split up from your group. And if you hear a wailing sound that doesn't quite sound animal, don't look for its source. Just turn around and go back to safety, because some things in this world aren't meant to be encountered. Some predators don't want your body. They want something far more precious. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts or paranormal stuff until I moved in with my grandma Eleanor and my partner Jackson. Now I'm typing this with shaking hands because I need someone to tell me I'm not crazy, that what we're experiencing is real, and that there's a way to make it stop. I'm 21, living in a small town outside of Sydney that barely registers on most maps. Our house sits behind an old railway line that used to be a river back in the day. It's been in my family for generations, and according to Gran, it's always had visitors. I used to laugh when she'd say that. I'm not laughing anymore. The first few months were fine. Jackson and I took the spare room downstairs while Gran had her room upstairs. It was peaceful, or at least I thought it was. Gran would mention hearing footsteps in the backyard at night, or voices whispering by the old shed. I brushed it off as her imagination or the wind. What an idiot I was. It started small. I'd be in the kitchen and hear Jackson call me from our bedroom, but when I'd go there, he'd be fast asleep. Or Gran would ask why I was knocking on her door at 3 in the morning when I was sound asleep downstairs. We joked about it, the house settling, the old pipes, the wind through the gum trees outside. Then one afternoon about 4 months ago, I came home from my shift at the local cafe to find Jackson looking really confused. He ran up to me asking why I'd come home and gone straight back out again without saying anything to him. But I hadn't been home at all. I'd come straight from work. He swore he heard me call his name from the hallway, heard my footsteps, even caught a glimpse of my hair as I supposedly walked past the living room door. "I heard you clear as day, Liv," he insisted. "You called out Jackson. Can you help me with something?" It was your voice. I laughed it off, but something cold settled in my stomach that day. Because deep down, I knew this wasn't the first time. Jackson had mentioned hearing me call him several times when I wasn't home. I'd heard him call me when he was out. We both just thought the other was mistaken. But it kept happening, more and more frequently. 3 weeks ago, I was home alone while Jackson was at his night shift. Gran was upstairs watching her shows. I was doing dishes when I heard Jackson's voice from our bedroom. "Liv, can you come here a sec?" It was so clearly his voice, that slight huskiness he gets when he's tired. But Jackson was at work. I knew he was at work. I'd literally just texted him 10 minutes before. I froze, soapy plate in hand, water dripping onto the floor. "Gran," I called upstairs, "did you hear that?" She didn't answer, probably couldn't hear me over her TV. The voice called again. "Livy, I need you. Come here." It was coming from our bedroom, and it was exactly Jackson's voice. Same inflection, same tone, same nickname only he uses. I grabbed a kitchen knife and crept down the hallway, my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. Our bedroom was empty. No one was there. Nothing was disturbed. But the air felt wrong, heavy and cold, like just before a thunderstorm. I backed out and ran upstairs to Gran, practically hyperventilating. She didn't seem surprised. She just took my hands in hers and said, "It started mimicking, hasn't it?" That's when she told me about the house's history, about how my grandfather, who died before I was born, still visits her sometimes sitting at the foot of her bed, about the little girl in the white dress who plays in the backyard near where the river used to run, and about the shadow man who lurks beneath her bedroom window, watching the house. I would have thought she was just a superstitious old lady if I hadn't already heard the voice myself. The next week was relatively quiet. A few footsteps here and there, the occasional whisper. I was almost convincing myself it had been my imagination when Jackson came home white as a sheet. "I saw you at work today," he said, his voice shaking. "I was stacking shelves in aisle 6, and I saw you walk past the end of the aisle. I called out, but you didn't turn around. I followed you around the corner and there was no one there. I called your work and they said you'd been there all day." That night, we both slept poorly. I kept waking up feeling like someone was standing over the bed watching us. Jackson said he dreamed of a man with no face following him through the supermarket. Then last week, things escalated. I was getting milk from the fridge when I saw something reach across from the other side. Long, gnarled fingers with what looked like massive claws scraping against the shelf. I screamed and slammed the door shut, then immediately yanked it open again. Nothing was there, just our regular groceries. Jackson thought I was seeing things until the next morning when I woke up with 3 long scratches down my back. They burned like fire. I couldn't have done it to myself. They started between my shoulder blades where I couldn't possibly reach. More scratches appeared over the next few days, small cuts on my arms, a bruise on Jackson's wrist in the shape of finger marks. We started sleeping with the lights on, but it didn't help. Then 3 nights ago, it happened. The thing I still can't explain, the thing that makes me question my own sanity. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone while Jackson was outside having a smoke. I heard footsteps in the hallway and looked up to see Jackson walking from the hallway into the bathroom. I called out, "Forgot something?" But he didn't answer. I assumed he didn't hear me. A few seconds later, I heard Jackson's voice from outside. "Liv, come check out this massive moth on the window." I felt like my blood had turned to ice. I slowly turned my head toward the kitchen window, and there was Jackson, on the other side, pointing at something on the glass. My throat closed up. I couldn't breathe. If Jackson was outside, then who had I just seen walk into the bathroom? I managed to croak out, "Jackson, come inside right now." He must have heard the panic in my voice because he was through the door in seconds. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak, but I pointed to the bathroom and whispered, "Someone who looks exactly like you just walked in there." Jackson grabbed a cricket bat we keep by the door and slowly approached the bathroom. He flicked on the light. Nothing. He checked behind the shower curtain, behind the door. Empty. We searched the entire house. No signs of a break-in, no evidence of anyone else being there. Gran was upstairs asleep the whole time and hadn't heard a thing. That night I refused to sleep. I sat up watching Jackson, terrified that whatever I'd seen would come back. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion won out, and I dozed off. I woke up to the sound of the bedroom door opening. Jackson was walking into our room, wearing the clothes he'd had on earlier. He walked to my side of the bed and just stood there, staring down at me. Something felt wrong. His face was too still, his eyes too dark. "Jackson," I whispered. He didn't respond, just stood there, looking down at me with those empty eyes. Then he turned and walked back out of the room. About 30 seconds later, the bathroom door opened and Jackson came out rubbing his eyes. The real Jackson, who'd gotten up to use the toilet. I screamed. I couldn't help it. I screamed and screamed until Gran came running downstairs. We sat up the rest of the night with all the lights on, doors locked, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The next day, Gran finally confessed something she'd been keeping from us. Years ago, when they were renovating the Sydney prison, her late husband, my grandfather, had brought home a piece of the original stone from one of the cells. A souvenir, he'd called it. Gran kept it as a memory of him after he passed. It's been sitting on her dresser all this time. She believes that whatever was attached to that stone, maybe the spirit of a prisoner or something darker, has been gaining strength. She thinks it's the shadow man she sees, and now it's learned to do more than just watch. It's learned to mimic us, to take our forms, to trick us. I don't know if I believe that a rock could cause all this, but I'm desperate for any explanation. We've moved the stone to the shed for now, but things haven't improved. Last night, I woke up to someone whispering my name directly in my ear, but when I turned on the light, no one was there. This morning, Jackson found a message scratched into the bathroom mirror. "Mine now." Neither of us wrote it. Gran swears she didn't either. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. We can't afford to move out. Gran refuses to leave her home of 50 years. The scratches on my back are getting infected despite the antibiotics the doctor prescribed. And worst of all, sometimes I catch Jackson looking at me strangely, like he's not sure it's really me anymore. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I'm not sure either. My reflection seems to linger a half-second too long when I turn away. Whatever this thing is, it's getting stronger. It's not just mimicking our voices anymore, it's wearing our faces. And I'm terrified that one day we won't be able to tell the difference between what's real and what's pretending to be us. Do you see Story 19? I still don't know how to explain what happened that night at the new house. It's been 3 months, and I find myself going over it again and again in my head, trying to make sense of it. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal, or at least I wasn't before. My roommate Jake and I had been living in this beautiful but ridiculously expensive historic home in Cedar Heights for about 2 years. It was this massive 8-bedroom place with high ceilings and those ornate details you find in older homes. The kind of place that looks impressive when friends come over, but is a nightmare to heat in winter. After our landlord raised the rent for the 3rd time, we finally decided enough was enough. We found this more affordable 3-bedroom house on the other side of town. It needed work, a lot of work. The previous owner hadn't actually lived there for something like 4 years. The place had been sitting empty, and you could tell. The carpets reeked of cigarette smoke. There were rat droppings in the kitchen cabinets, and the whole house had this feeling of neglect. But the bones were good, the price was right, and Jake and I figured we could fix it up over time. The first few weeks were just cleaning and making the place livable. We ripped out all the carpet right away, no saving that disaster, and painted over the nicotine-stained walls. Jake was particularly excited about the backyard, which was overgrown but spacious. There was a sunroom off the back that I immediately claimed as my office space. It had these big windows on 3 sides and a sliding glass door that opened to the patio. About a month after we moved in, Jake went to visit his boyfriend in Chicago for the weekend. It was the first time I'd be alone in the new house for more than a night. I didn't think much of it. I had plans to use the quiet time to catch up on work. That Saturday night, I was up late in the sunroom. It was around 11:30, maybe midnight. I had my laptop open, papers spread across this folding table we'd set up temporarily, and I was deep into a project I needed to finish for Monday. It was raining lightly, that soft, constant patter on the sunroom's roof that's actually pretty soothing when you're working late. I had music playing quietly through my earbuds, but at some point I took them out to stretch and grab another coffee from the kitchen. That's when I heard it. The sound of the sliding glass door opening behind me, that distinctive rumble and scrape of the door rolling on its track. I turned around expecting to see, I don't even know what. A break-in maybe. But the door was still closed. I stared at it for a second, thinking maybe I'd imagined it. Then I heard Jake's voice, clear as day, coming from just outside the door. I heard him say, "Yeah, I know, but it's fine. We'll figure it out tomorrow." The tone was so casual, so perfectly Jake, that slightly dismissive way he has when he's trying to end a conversation. For a split second, my brain didn't register the impossibility of what I was hearing. I almost called out, "Jake?" before remembering he was literally in another state, over 400 miles away. I'd gotten a text from him just hours earlier with a picture of him and his boyfriend at some restaurant in Chicago. I sat frozen in my chair, staring at the closed sliding door. The backyard was dark beyond the glass. The porch light was on, casting just enough light to see that there was nobody standing out there. Yet I had heard the door and Jake's voice so clearly. I wish I could say I bravely went to investigate, but the truth is, I was paralyzed. Not exactly with fear, it was more like my brain was short-circuiting, unable to process what was happening. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds, I got up, double-checked that the sliding door was locked, it was, and closed the blinds. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neighbor's voice carrying over the fence, but no, It was unmistakably Jake's voice, with his particular cadence and verbal tics. Maybe I had fallen asleep at my desk and dreamed it, but I was wide awake, fully alert, working on this project. I ended up leaving the sunroom, taking my laptop to my bedroom instead. I told myself I was just tired and needed a change of scenery, but really, I couldn't shake the uneasiness of sitting with my back to those windows and that door. The weird thing is, I didn't feel threatened. There was no sense of malevolence or danger, just this profound confusion and the gradually growing certainty that something impossible had happened. When Jake got back on Monday evening, I didn't mention it right away. I wasn't sure how to bring it up without sounding nuts. We spent the evening catching up, him telling me about his weekend in Chicago, me nodding along while wondering when I should mention that I'd heard his disembodied voice in our backyard. Finally, after we'd had dinner and were just hanging out in the living room, I casually asked, "Hey, have you ever noticed anything weird about this house?" Jake looked up from his phone. "Weird how?" I shrugged, trying to keep it light. "I don't know. Strange noises, things like that." He put his phone down, which told me he was suddenly paying full attention. "Funny you should ask," he said slowly. "There was something, actually. Remember when I came to check out the house before we signed the lease? I stayed here overnight to get a feel for the place." I nodded. Jake had volunteered to do the final walkthrough since I was stuck at work. "I thought I saw someone in the backyard that night. A man, just standing near the back fence, watching the house. I freaked out and called the cops, but by the time they got here, there was nobody. They checked the whole yard, the alley behind us, everything. No sign of anyone." My stomach did a little flip. "Did you ever see him?" "Again?" Jake shook his head. "No, but sometimes I hear things, like someone walking around in the kitchen when I'm alone in the house, or whispers coming from empty rooms. I figured it was just the house settling or the pipes or whatever." I took a deep breath and told him about Saturday night, about hearing the sliding door and his voice outside when I knew he was hundreds of miles away. As I described it, Jake's face went from curious to genuinely disturbed. "That's really weird," he said when I finished. "What did my voice say again?" I repeated the words. "Yeah, I know, but it's fine. We'll figure it out tomorrow." Jake got really quiet. Then he said, "That's exactly how I talk. That's like, word for word, something I would say." We sat there in silence for a minute, both of us trying to process it. Finally, Jake asked, "Do you think the house is haunted?" I'd been avoiding that exact question since Saturday night. "I don't know. It doesn't feel malicious, you know? I don't get any bad vibes from the place." "Me neither," Jake agreed. "It's just weird." We spent the next hour or so sharing theories. Maybe the previous owner had died here? We checked, he hadn't. Maybe there was some kind of acoustic anomaly that carried voices from nearby houses. Possible, but unlikely, given how specific it was. Maybe I was just really tired and imagined it. I knew I hadn't. The next day, I called our landlord with some pretense about needing to know the house's history for insurance purposes. He told me the previous owner had moved to a nursing home 4 years ago after living in the house for nearly 40 years. His son had been managing the property since then, but couldn't be bothered to maintain it properly. No deaths in the home that he knew of. Nothing tragic or dramatic in its history. Over the next few weeks, both Jake and I paid closer attention to the house's sounds and quirks. We noticed that the kitchen faucet would occasionally turn itself on, just a trickle in the middle of the night. Sometimes the hall light would be on in the morning when we were both certain we'd turned it off before bed. Little things easily explained away if you were determined to be rational. But then it happened again. This time, Jake was home, and we both heard it. We were watching TV in the living room when we heard my voice coming from the sunroom. My voice, having what sounded like half a phone conversation. I wasn't saying anything specific, just making those affirmative sounds you make when someone else is talking. Uh-huh, Yeah, no, I get it. Jake looked at me, his eyes wide. That's you, he whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. We both got up and walked slowly toward the sunroom. The voice, my voice, stopped as soon as we reached the doorway. The room was empty, the sliding door closed and locked. We never felt threatened. That's the strangest part. Whatever is happening in this house, it doesn't feel dangerous or evil. It feels more like an echo. Like the house is somehow recording and playing back snippets of our presence. I've started researching local history, looking into theories about residual hauntings, and even considering some protective measures. My aunt, who's into all that spiritual stuff, suggested placing railroad spikes at the four corners of the property as a boundary marker. I haven't done it yet, but I'm keeping the option open. We still live there. The rent is too good to give up, and honestly, these weird occurrences only happen every few weeks. We've started keeping a log, trying to identify patterns, but so far, there's nothing obvious. The last time it happened was just last week. I was alone again, doing dishes in the kitchen, when I distinctly heard Jake's laugh coming from his empty bedroom, followed by my own voice, saying something indistinct but clearly in my speech pattern. I don't know what's going on in our house. I don't know if it's something supernatural or if there's some rational explanation we haven't discovered yet. All I know is that sometimes, when the house is quiet, I catch myself listening for those familiar voices, our voices, coming from empty rooms, saying things we haven't said yet. Story 20. I've never been the type to believe in paranormal stuff. Growing up in Cedar Springs wasn't exactly the kind of place where ghost stories were common. Just a normal Midwestern town with cornfields, Friday night football games, and not much else. But what happened to me as a kid changed everything I thought I knew about reality, and I'm still trying to make sense of it 30 years later. I was 7 years old when they first appeared. Our house wasn't anything special, just a single-story ranch with 3 bedrooms that my parents had scraped together enough money to buy in the early 90s. I shared a room with my 2 brothers, Mike and Danny. I was the youngest, sleeping on the bottom bunk, while Mike, the oldest at 12, had the top. Danny had his own twin bed against the opposite wall. Our room shared a wall with our parents' bedroom. The first time I saw them, I thought I was dreaming. I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to pee. As I rubbed my eyes and started to climb out of bed, I noticed movement near the wall that connected to my parents' room. At first, I thought it was just shadows from the streetlight filtering through the blinds, but then I realized the shadows were moving in a very specific pattern. They were figures, human-shaped but completely black, like cutouts from the darkness itself. There were 3 of them, walking in a perfect circle, phasing through the wall that connected to my parents' bedroom, then continuing their circle in our room before passing back through the wall again. The scariest part wasn't just that they existed, it was that they had no faces. Where there should have been eyes, a nose, a mouth, nothing. Just smooth, featureless darkness. I was frozen in place, too terrified to even call out to my brothers. The figures moved at a steady pace, not acknowledging me at all. After what felt like forever but was probably only a few minutes, I finally managed to pull my blanket over my head and stay there until morning, shaking and sweating. The next night, they came back, and the night after that. Every single night, without fail. Sometimes they'd move quickly, almost running in their circular path. Other times, they'd slow down to an agonizing crawl. I started dreading bedtime. My brothers never saw them. I'd nudge Mike sometimes when they appeared, but he'd just grumble and roll over. I was completely alone with whatever these things were. After about 2 weeks of this, I finally broke down and told my mum. She sat me on her lap in the kitchen while I sobbed through my explanation. I expected her to tell me it was just my imagination or bad dreams, but instead she got really quiet and asked exactly where the figures walked through the wall. When I pointed it out later, her face went pale. That spot aligned perfectly with where a portrait of my great-grandmother Maria hung on their side of the wall. Great-grandma Maria had died before I was born. The portrait showed her as a young woman, maybe in her 20s, with dark hair and these intense eyes that seemed to follow you around the room. My mom had always been weirdly protective of that portrait, insisting it stay in the exact same spot no matter how many times they repainted or rearranged furniture. That night, my mom let me sleep on a makeshift bed on their bedroom floor. The figures didn't follow me there. For about a month, I slept in their room until my dad finally put his foot down and said I needed to grow up and go back to my own bed. The night I returned to my room, the figures were waiting for me, continuing their endless circle as if I'd never left. Eventually, I learned to live with them. I'd curl up facing away from that wall, and I started to fall asleep before they typically appeared. The figures never tried to approach me or interact with me in any way. They just walked their path, night after night, for almost 2 years. When I was 9, my dad got a new job in another town about 50 miles away. We packed up and moved to a bigger house, and I was so relieved to leave those faceless figures behind. For the first time in years, I slept peacefully through the night, until I turned 11. The new house was a 2-story Victorian with plenty of room. I finally had my own bedroom, which should have been awesome, but Danny, who was 14 by then, had started having nightmares and would sometimes wander into my room in the middle of the night. My parents thought it was sweet that he still sought comfort from his little brother, but honestly, it was annoying to wake up with him snoring on my floor. One particular night, April 17th, 2001, I woke up suddenly around 2 in the morning. The second my eyes opened, I knew something was wrong. I couldn't move, not a finger, not a toe. My eyes were the only part of me that worked. Danny was asleep on the trundle bed at the foot of my bed, completely oblivious, and there, standing in the corner of my room, was something that made the faceless figures seem like friendly puppies in comparison. It was tall, taller than any adult I'd ever seen, maybe 7 feet. Its body was pure white, but not like paper or cloth. It glowed from within, casting this sickly light around the room. But its face, God, its face, where a human would have a nose and mouth, it had this grotesque orange beak, like a chicken's but bigger, harder, sharper. And its eyes, these furious orange orbs that had no pupils, just pure, burning orange hatred. The thing wasn't looking at me. It was staring at Danny, tilting its head in this jerky, bird-like motion. It took a step toward him, and I tried to scream, to warn him, but nothing came out. Not even a whimper. I was completely paralyzed. With every ounce of will I had, I managed to close my eyes and pull my blanket over my face. I counted to 10, praying it would be gone when I looked again. When I peeked out, it was still there, but now it was moving slowly toward the wall, not the one connecting to another bedroom, but the exterior wall facing our backyard. It didn't turn around or acknowledge me in any way. It just walked straight into the wall and disappeared. The second it vanished, I could move again. I launched out of bed and shook Danny awake, sobbing hysterically. He thought I'd had a nightmare and reluctantly let me sleep on the floor in his actual bedroom for the rest of the night. I've had sleep paralysis many times throughout my life. Even now, in my 30s, I still get it occasionally, that feeling of being awake but unable to move. But what happened that night wasn't sleep paralysis. It was something else entirely. Sleep paralysis doesn't explain the intense cold that filled the room, or the sulfur smell that lingered until morning, or the 3 long scratch marks we found on Danny's arm when he woke up. After that night, I never saw the white figure again, but I felt watched constantly. I'd wake up at exactly 2:17 every morning for months afterward, my heart racing like I'd been running. I begged my parents to let me put a lock on my bedroom door, which they eventually agreed to after I started sleepwalking, something I'd never done before. Life went on. I graduated high school, went to college, got a job in marketing, and eventually bought my own house in Columbus. I dated, made friends, built a normal life. The memories of those childhood encounters faded into the background. Weird things that happened when I was a kid with an overactive imagination. Then my mum got sick. It was pancreatic cancer, already stage 4 when they found it. She moved in with me for treatment since the best oncologist in the state was at Ohio State. I converted my home office into a bedroom for her and took a leave of absence from work to care for her. The nights she spent in the hospital for treatment were the worst. I'd come home to an empty house that somehow didn't feel empty at all. About 3 months into her treatment, I started sensing something in her room when she wasn't there. Not seeing, sensing. A presence that felt cold and patient, like it was waiting for something. I'd stand in her doorway and stare into the darkness, and I swear I could feel something staring back. The air in there felt thicker, harder to breathe. Sometimes I'd hear the faintest sound of breathing that wasn't my own, or catch a whiff of something like wet soil and copper. One night, I gathered my courage and walked into the room, turning on every light as I went. "If you're here for her, you can't have her," I said out loud, feeling ridiculous but terrified at the same time. "She's not done fighting." The lights flickered, all of them simultaneously, and went out for exactly 3 seconds before coming back on. I ran out of that room and spent the night in my car. This presence lingered for weeks. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked, a chair propped under the handle. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway at night, slow and deliberate, always stopping outside my door. Then, suddenly, it was gone. One morning I woke up, and the house felt normal again. The heaviness in the air had lifted. I actually smiled as I made coffee, thinking maybe whatever it was had given up. 2 days later, my mom died. The doctor said it was unexpected. She'd been responding well to treatment. Her heart just stopped in the middle of the night. At the funeral, as they lowered her casket into the ground, I swear I saw something standing at the edge of the cemetery. A tall, dark figure, watching from between 2 oak trees. When I blinked, it was gone. I've spent the last 5 years trying to make sense of everything. Were the faceless figures from my childhood connected to the presence I felt during my mom's illness? Was that white creature with the orange beak some kind of harbinger? I don't know. But I've come to believe that whatever these entities are, they're connected to my family somehow. 2 weeks ago, I started feeling something in my house again. Not like the patient, death-like presence that came before my mom died. This feels different, malevolent, angry. It doesn't just stay in one room anymore. It follows me. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:33 to find my bedroom door wide open, despite having locked it before bed. The air was freezing cold, and I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. And there, at the foot of my bed, I felt something watching me. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. Something ancient and evil and hungry. I turned on my bedside lamp, and for a split second I swear I saw a shadow dart across my wall. Not a human shape, but something twisted and wrong, moving impossibly fast. I haven't slept since. I'm writing this as the sun comes up, trying to make sense of it all. Whatever these things are, they've been with me my whole life, watching from the walls, waiting for something. And I'm terrified that they're done waiting.